Well, hello. So it might be a little bit noisy in my background today, as um, I got lucky. My honey stayed home today, but he's watching TV. So I will be muting. I will mute a lot while we're streaming because they are watching TV in my background. I hope it is not too loud. It is some new series called Aliens or something. I don't know, but hubby and son are watching this. So, I wanted to start out with. Can you turn it down just a little bit, babe? Because you got a rumble in my speaker. That's good. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, mother-in-law is gone for a few days. I don't know what to do with myself. And then Hector took off for today. So, took a vacation day, and here we are. So I told him, I was like, he told me this when he come home last night. I was like, I already scheduled a stream. He's like, but we could go shopping. And I'm like, okay, I'll start it at 2 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock. That way I'll finish a little bit earlier, and then we'll go out and do something. So that's where we're at. So with this, I wanted to present this beautiful woman's picture. I wanted to tell you a little bit about her before we start the trial. Her name is Melissa Wolfenbarger. She was the daughter of a convicted serial killer, Carl Patton. He was known as a Flint River Killer. Patton was arrested in 2003 in connection to unrelated murders, and it led to the identification of Melissa through his DNA results. So again, there was DNA testing. So again, here we go with the DNA has solved another one. I mean, we just went over the DNA stuff and how awesome it is, and with baby Moses and all that. So I was really excited to find out that this was another a DNA solves it type thing that led to finding out who she was and all that. So at one time, her father was a suspect in her murder, but that was cleared once they got through the DNA evidence and everything. Again, here we go with the DNA. And says, according to Melissa's sister, Tina, their father, Carl, uh, uh, Melissa's sister, Tina, their father, Carl, was devastated by Melissa's murder and would not have hurt her himself. He's recently serving a life sentence for the Flint River murders. I do just because I wanted to explain who she is first. Everybody, this is stuff I found on the internet for her. Says Melissa was known for her sweetness, love of animals, good grades in school. She dreamt of becoming a veterinarian as a child. Here's another picture of her. I'll show this other picture of her too. Um, where was I? She dreamed of being a veterinarian as a child. She married Christopher Wolfenbarger and had two children with him. One was Christina and one was Joseph. Family had thought she was being too trusting and naive. The last time that family heard from her was on Thanksgiving Day in 1998 when she called to make Christmas plans. And they became concerned when she didn't show up for Christmas or call for her mother's birthday in February 1999. Later on, they did find her remains in trash bags. She was decapitated, I believe. And once Patton was arrested to all his other murders in 2003, that's when they were able to identify Melissa's remains through his DNA when he was arrested. You know how they put your DNA in the system now. Well, that's how it came back about to identify Melissa. So, with that, I wanted to show a short video. This is this is Melissa's mother, and she's going to talk about when they notified the father, Mr. Patton, and told him that they had found. And then we're going to jump into the trial.
What your husband Carl's reaction was when he was in prison and he got the news that Melissa had been murdered, and then got the news that Melissa's husband Christopher was arrested for it?
Well, he was devastated when he found out she had been murdered, but he was deliriously happy as soon as he found out Chris had been arrested. Someone from the DOC actually went down to the prison to tell him personally, or he would not have found out until later in the week. And he was just jumping up in joy and called me as soon as he could get to the phone, as soon as they turned the phone.
I'm gonna pause this and say I'm not sure how I feel about this. Knowing that he's a serial killer himself, and he's jumping up and down for joy because they found the person that took his daughter's life. That's kind of an odd circle. It doesn't really make a perfect circle in my mind.
He called me to tell me that he knew.
So I'm sure you can understand that there might be people watching right now who might not sympathize with your husband, Carl, right? He took the lives of 5 people, and those 5 families are feeling that heartache that you feel. And they might not sympathize with you either, right? Because you were an accessory afterwards.
Right.
You had helped him, and that you admitted to that. How do you process that? Do you understand how people might not?
Excuse me? What the actual F? Hey, K-Swan, what does she mean she was an accomplice after the fact? I think I missed something. Okay, all right. I just want to hear this out. We've got 4 minutes, and then we're going to jump into the trial. But this just kind of, I didn't understand it. I don't know the facts about all of this trial, but it might be interesting to go back and do a recap of it later.
Feel sympathetic to you or Carl for having lost your daughter? They might just say, gosh, that's karma.
Well, I imagine some people will think that, and I guess to an certain extent, that's probably true. But there again, it just showed us what we put the other families through, and nobody deserves that. Those families didn't deserve it, and we don't deserve it either.
Do you think Carl has changed because of it?
He changed long before he got locked up for the murders. He changed almost immediately as soon as it was done in the 70s. He had already changed, and
Okay, that's all nice and dandy. Let's forget all that. Let's jump into this. All right. And as always, law and crime with their trials, they just jump right in. So let's do that. We're going to jump right in. This is where it started.
Original records, x-rays, and they did Dr. Mary Hopkins, forensic dentist, the examiner's office, conducted an examination, looked at the x-rays, looked at the fillings, looked at the dimensions of the teeth, and was able to make a conclusive determination that the skull that was found in April 1999 was in fact the skull that belongs to Miss Wolfenbarger, because the dental records matched the impressions that she took from the skull. It was matched. That's when all the location of the job, that's when all the location of the house,
Okay, let me fix that, because you know what? That was their channel. This channel's not having that issue. So we're going to go over here. Sorry. We're going to go over here because that channel obviously just jumped into shit and we didn't get to see the very beginning. So it's okay. Call IT. I'm not your IT man. But hey, Denise. Hey, K-Swan. Anyways, yeah. So I think I need to look more into Mr. Carl Patterson stuff. Just for a one-day flashback stream of something if we need something to do. That's interesting. Mr. Patterson and his wife was an accomplice, so that was interesting to learn. But anyways, let's jump into this trial and find out about his deceased daughter.
morning.
Okay. Madam Court Reporter, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. This is going to be day 3 of the trial of Christopher Wolfenbarger, case number 24SC00.
I'm muted. She said day 3, but she meant day 1 because they went through all their other the hearing, jury selection, and all that. That just really threw me off. She doesn't mean day 3.
04201. I'll note for the record that we seated our jury yesterday and that they are filtering in ready for a start time of 10 a.m. Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom along with his counsel, Mr. McDermott and Mr. Samuel, and the state's counsel, Mr. Fawcett, are also present. We had some preliminary matters that we needed to address this morning. I wanted to follow up on audio and photographs that we were still working through in terms of what's going to be offered. Mr. McDermott, had you had a chance to get through those materials?
Okay, we're going to zoom through that, and we're going to get to openings
Okay.
because
Do we have
I think
agreement
all
on
this
what's
is
going to be offered?
irrelevant.
We do not, Your Honor. I did take out,
Do what we can to address the issue with your being able to see the evidence or
And
hear
again,
the evidence.
This is the luxury of speed trials. We don't have to listen. We delete the fluff. So let's
Or
roll.
be comfortable enough to focus on the evidence as it is being presented. It is important that you view the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, with an open mind at all times and that you reach no final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence is presented. Also, remember that during the course of the trial, it would be improper for you to discuss this case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or hearing. This applies even to discussions amongst yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. I think you have been provided with notepads, so I want to take a moment to address the issue of note-taking. You are allowed to take notes, but you are not required to take notes. If you decide to take notes, please remember not to let note-taking distract you from observing the evidence in the courtroom as it is being presented. Your observations, as I said a moment ago, of the witnesses during their testimony can be vital to your determination of their believability, and the notes that you take might refresh your memory when you are called upon to deliberate. But importantly, the notes that you take are only to refresh your recollection. They are not evidence. They are only for you to recall the evidence as it was presented at trial. They are memory aids. It is the duty of each juror to recall the evidence, and while you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your recollection of the proceeding, do not rely on or be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what the evidence may have been. Now, that's the conclusion of the introductory instructions that I need to give you. Before I call on the state, I do want to make sure that everyone is aware that the rule of sequestration has been invoked. And if there is anyone in the courtroom who anticipates they will be called a witness in this matter, I ask that you please exit the courtroom and do not re-enter until you are instructed to do so or called by one of the parties as a witness. I also will just mention again, as I've asked the attorneys, you know who your witnesses are better than I do. And so if you'll just keep an eye out in case they wander into the courtroom so that we can get them out of the courtroom as quickly as possible. And with that, I'll call upon the state. Does the state wish to make an opening statement?
we do, Judge.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good morning. Good morning. This is the State of Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger. It's been 27 years since 1998. And specifically, December of 1998. That was the last time that Melissa Wolfenbarger was ever heard from. At that point, in 1998, Melissa Wolfenbarger was 21 years of age. She was married, had 2 children, had mother, sister, and after 1998, December, neither one of them ever received a phone call, not a visit, not a card, not after Christmas of 1998, not after her mother's birthday in 1999 February. So you're going to hear that Melissa, at the age of 21, she had experiences when she was a child when she would run away from home. She had experiences during her adulthood after she married this defendant, Christopher Wolfenbarger, when she would not talk to her sister for a period of time. But she would always keep in touch with her mother. Most importantly, she never let a holiday go by without calling or visiting. In November of 1998, Melissa had the intent to visit her mother for Thanksgiving. And they spoke. One of the things that Melissa was really looking forward to was getting a photograph of her pawpaw, her grandfather, the father of Carl Patton, Melissa's grandfather. And that is Carl Patton, Melissa's father. And that is the husband of Norma Patton. She wanted that photo. And Norma Patton expected that at some point between Thanksgiving, even though she didn't get an opportunity to go visit her mom, that she would get that photograph. Well, when Christmas came around, she was concerned when she didn't hear from her. But by the time she got to February, she knew something was wrong. Melissa never would let that much time go without talking to her mom, not especially during that period of time, not on her birthday. Well, it took some time for authorities to be alerted, because you're going to hear that Melissa wasn't reported missing until January of 2000. And that was because this defendant, Christopher Wolfenbarger, you're going to hear from his own words. You're going to hear what he told the detectives, what he told his children. He never looked for her. He never reported her missing. So when Norma Patton and Tina Patton are looking for Melissa, where is she? She's not working anymore. She's working at Waffle House. She's not showing up to her job. She's not looking after her children. She's not checking on her children. No word. Well, the authorities tell them that, well, Melissa is 21. She's married. She's got her own life. If she hasn't called you, then maybe she doesn't want to talk to you. Her husband had to report her missing. And you had to talk to her in a month. Well, not really much for us to do right now. But eventually, Melissa's mother goes to Henry County, and they start an investigation. But even though they talked to friends and family, they even talked to Christopher. All we get from him is she just left. That's it. That goes on for 3 years. She is unidentified for 3 years. And that takes us to really when we locate the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. They were located on 2 different days. April 29th, June 3rd of 1999. Now, April 29th, George McKeitron is driving on the area and heard questions about Avon Avenue. That location is the location of actually the last company. You're going to hear that is the location where Christopher Wolfenbarger works. Last company has a manufacturing plant. They have industrial equipment at this location. That's where he works. Although they had no reason to think that was anything significant at the time, because in April 29th of 1999, all they knew that there was a head in the roadway, partially, fully, very much fully decomposed. And Mr. McKeitron George McKeitron is driving in that area on Avon Avenue, and he sees something that he thinks is kind of odd. When he stops and looks at it, goes and gets his daughter and comes back, and he can see what clearly is a human head. Now, something that he would tell you he couldn't believe with his own eyes what he couldn't believe. Well, that begins the discovery and really the process of trying to identify that scope. That's those same detectives, the lead detective at that time was Dale Kelly. You're going to hear from the Fulton County Medical Examiners, investigators, Stephen Miller. They were all out there at the location on Avon Avenue, April 1999, collecting evidence, taking photographs, some of which you can see. Ultimately, they start looking for information on who this could belong to. Then you find the extremities on June 3rd, 1999. As these extremities are found, everything but the torso, or everything but the midsection of Melissa Wolfenbarger is located. Femurs, and you'll hear from the detectives, you'll hear from medical examiners. When the skull was found, it had a portion of the spine attached to the skull, and it appeared as though it had been severed or removed with some type of circular saw. The extremities were examined. Detectives, medical examiners, the anthropologists that worked for the Polk County Medical Examiner's Office, they observed signs of toe marks. The anthropologist describes the different lines on the bones as what happens when a saw is attempting to catch a groove and actually cut. You'll see the bones where there's the saw marks on the finger of Melissa Wolfenbarger. You will see the end of the finger where it appears as though you see ridges on the bone where that saw was cut. But even on June 3rd of 1999, they even had these cases connected. They were found about 50, 60 feet from each other in that same area. They didn't have a basis to connect to, so they were in the medical examiner's office as two separate case files. Skull found on Avon Avenue. And extremities found almost 2 months later on Avon Avenue. They suspected that the cases may be connected, but they didn't have what you needed to actually combine and connect the cases and say they were the same person. What do you do at the beginning of a homicide investigation? The first thing that law enforcement does, especially when there's evidence of foul play, as in this case, when you find out who the victim is, who the person is, you go look at their background. And what did they find when they looked at what Melissa's life was like when she was alive, 97, 98? Who was she talking with? Did she have confidence with? Is she married? What was her marriage like? Were there instances of abuse in the marriage? Had her husband ever been charged with anything related to that abuse, like hitting her? They looked at that information, and I'll tell you that at the time they did find the identity and were able to determine the identity of skull and extremities, Christopher Wolfenbarger was the primary suspect. I'll just tell you that. He was the main person that they were looking at. He wasn't the only person, because you got to conduct a thorough specific investigation, but they had evidence that Christopher and Melissa were involved in a tumultuous relationship, that Christopher was abusive, that he had struck her on multiple occasions. They had evidence that he had caused a black eye, that she had witnesses that observed bruises on her neck. They had evidence that at some point, Melissa applied for a protective order to prevent contact with. You're also going to hear that on the day that Christopher was ordered to come to court, March 29th, ordered to come to court on July 29th, 1998. You're going to see that same day, Melissa appeared and requested for that case to be dismissed. Roughly 7-8 days after she was hit, 7 days after she went personally and applied for a protective order, 7 days after that, she goes back down to the courthouse and asks for it to be dismissed by the prosecutor. You're going to hear from a lot of witnesses. In this case, you're also going to hear from the domestic violence expert. And that domestic violence expert will be able to explain that that is not uncommon at all. The victims of domestic violence to come back and say, I want to prosecute. You're going to hear about some of the reasons why that can happen. And that was the 21st of July, 1998. Officer Marlon Sutton responded to the residence at 824 Brookline Street in Atlanta. That was the marital residence of Christopher and Melissa Wolfenbarger, the family owned home of the Wolfenbarger family that Christopher and Melissa were staying in at the time. When Marlon Sutton arrived at that location, it was a response to the domestic violence incident. And when he arrived, he got an opportunity to view Melissa Wolfenbarger, to see her in person. What he observed was someone that had bruises, someone that had been attacked, someone that was hysterical and afraid. Didn't see Christopher that day. He wasn't there, he left. So she was instructed to do as she did. Feel safe, go and apply for protection, which is what she did very much. You'll see those documents you last week. The day after this, she goes down and applies for protection. By the time this case comes up, on March 1999, you'll see this document, particular state court documents, actually filing the formal charge of battery against this defendant, 1998. By the time it comes to the court, they can't find Melissa. Can't find it in March 1999. No way of knowing a month and a half later, Ed was found in front of his job. Now, I'm going to say this too. Less than a minute drive from his house. In walking distance. You got this decomposed head, kicked to the knife in front of his job at Avon Avenue. And you got the location of Avon Avenue itself. So this is the Action Glass Company location right here. So this is where Christopher Wolfenbarger worked. You'll see this map, and witnesses will explain. Witnesses that were at this location in April of '99 when her head was located. You'll see on the photographs there will be a sewer here, and you'll see where her head is located here. Within about 120 feet from his job. And then in June, you'll see where the extremities, the sawed-off legs of Melissa Wolfenbarger are found in this area. The detectives will tell you when they examined the location, it appeared as though they saw an animal here in a bag, right where the head was located, from this area out onto Avon Avenue. So when they were able to make the connection, they come back with cadaver dogs, and they go back and look in this area, and that's how they find the extremities. That's how they find the June 3rd, 1999 legs, remaining parts that we found. We never found a torso, but the remaining parts we found in this spot. It'll give you a perspective of where his job is and where Brookline Street is. This is actually last. This is the junkyard where the extremities were found. Here is the location of the sewer where head was found. And less than a minute drive is Brookline Street where Melissa and Christopher Wolfenbarger reside. Now, in 1999, you don't have the Atlanta Beltline. You don't have these buildings. This area is primarily wooded. But that is the location and the proximity of Christopher Wolfenbarger's job, to where his wife's head was found, to where his wife's legs were found, and where they live. This is a case about domestic violence. In addition to the evidence of the physical bruises on the person of Melissa Wolfenbarger, you're going to hear from her family. Her mother knew about the July 1998 attack. Melissa told her about it. She told her mother how Christopher was upset, wanted her to come back, and how he struck her in the face, how he grabbed her and dragged her by the hair. I'm glad he was arrested. Her mother was one of the persons that she told about that July incident. You're also going to hear from her sister, Tina Patton, who occasionally worked. Well, one time in particular in 1998, it was a 2 or 3 month period where Tina Patton, Melissa's sister, worked at a Waffle House. I believe it was Virginia Avenue Waffle House. They worked at a few Waffle Houses that year, Melissa in particular. But during that period, in the early part of 1998, Melissa and Tina Patton worked at the Waffle House. And she would tell you that there was one day that she observed, while she was working with Melissa during that period, she observed marks on the neck of Melissa, around the sides, and she knew immediately it looked, and she'll tell you this, it looked like someone had choked Melissa. Melissa told her that, hey, Christopher Wolfenbarger. And you're going to hear from a man that Melissa would have seen right when she died. You're going to hear that Melissa planned on leaving this defendant. You're gonna hear from his own mouth that they weren't on good terms when she left, when she went missing. Thomas Dixon was also working at a Waffle House when he met Melissa Wolfenbarger. And towards the end of 1998, they started seeing each other. And at one point, Melissa was staying in a lodge or hotel with Thomas Dixon. So he'll tell you that he was fully aware that she was with this defendant, Christopher Wolfenbarger. And he'll tell you that she wanted to leave. And during that week, she was spending with him. She fully planned on doing that, but decided to go back to him, to Christopher in particular, to see her children. She missed her. And Thomas Dixon will tell you that the last time he saw Melissa Wolfenbarger, Christopher Wolfenbarger came up to that Waffle House. Melissa and Christopher had a talk, and Melissa got hysterical, started crying. Thomas Dixon will tell you that he went outside to talk to Christopher and told him that he has to leave until 9 o'clock, and she gets off. You're going to hear Thomas Dixon tell you that when Christopher left, he peeled out in his Volkswagen, and that was the last time he saw us. He'll tell you that she never came back to work at Waffle House. She never called, she never texted. And that is the evidence to show that that's consistent with what you'll hear from her mother and sister regarding the last time anyone ever saw her. And as I said, she goes unidentified for 3 years. During this period, the medical examiner that is working in Fulton County is also working in Twiggs County, and is first attempting to determine if a headless corpse that they located in Twiggs County could potentially be connected with this skull they found in Avon in Atlanta. That was one thing they were looking into. There were several missing persons in and around the state of Georgia that they were attempting to get dental records for and prepared. There were tooth extractions that were done during this period, but all in the attempts to find the identity of the person who that skull belonged to. There were attempts to conduct reconstruction. And what further confused it is the anthropologist plots skull dimensions on a scale, and you get a range. Sometimes those ranges overlap. So at some point, they'll tell you that her skull looked like it had been run over, damaged. And she, at some point, the anthropologist thought she because it was a male. All this was going on during this period from 1999, April, when they located the skull, June, when they located the extremities. All this is happening during this period, trying to find out who these remains belong to. And ultimately, Melissa doesn't get identified until 2003. And what triggered the identification ultimately is the arrest of Melissa Wolfenbarger's father. You're going to hear that Melissa Wolfenbarger's father essentially pled guilty to committing murder himself, made multiple murders himself. And when he was arrested, it was a notorious publication, it was a notorious arrest. It garnered a lot of attention. You're going to hear that Carl Patton asked the lead detective when he was arrested after he confessed. He asked the detective, told him that his daughter was missing for 3 years. They had no leads. He asked if he could find his daughter. Well, the detective contacted the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
Sorry, y'all. I have to take a pause. I have to comment. I'm letting it go for too long without commenting, and I don't want to get dinged. They're talking about when her father was arrested. Then he wants to say, oh, by the way, she's been missing for 3 years. Can you find her? Okay. Again, as a beautiful reminder, this is the person. This is the individual who was brutally murdered. So, with that.
We had this unidentified skull they found 3 years ago. And with Carl Patton's statement, they obtained enough dental records from Melissa Wolfenbarger's dentist, Roy Grant. Now, pediatric practice in the 80s and 90s, he obtained his Melissa's there's no records, x-rays, and they gave Dr. Here, Patton, resident, conducted the examiner's office, conducted an examination, looked at the x-rays, looked at the fillings, looked at the dimensions of the teeth, and was able to make a conclusive determination that the skull that was found in April 1999 was in fact the skull that belongs to Ms. Wolfenbarger, because the dental records matched the impressions that she took from the skull. It was a match. That's when all the location of the job, that's when all the location of the house, the location of the extremities, and the skull between the job, that's when all that comes in. And that's already a suspect. That's when they're really focusing on this. You know what he says? Same thing. She just left. Then he says, oh, well, I dropped off at the train station. You're going to hear those statements from him. And you're going to hear the detective's questions about those statements and that explanation. As I said, the skull is identified by Patton. There were 2 medical examiners during that period in 1998 when we first started, in 1999 when we first started their examinations. Dr. Carol Terry and Dr. Joseph Parker. Dr. Joseph Parker is no longer living, but you will hear from Dr. Terry, who will tell you that she examined the extremities. She'll tell you that she examined the skull and that they appear to have evidence of tumors. And she'll tell you that her expert opinion is that Melissa Wolfenbarger is murdered. The circumstances of her lifestyle, how she was living, what's happening to her, the circumstances of her remains, the condition that they were found in, was highly likely that she was murdered. That's what she'll say. Tina Patton is the sister of Mrs. Wolfenbarger that you hear from at some point today. Melissa told her that Chris was responsible for the bruises on her neck. You'll hear from Mama Patton, Melissa's mother. She was told about battery in July of '98. Melissa told her mother that she wanted to leave this defendant. She told him that he was abusive. You'll hear from Thomas Dixon, who was saying, probably one of the last persons that Melissa saw. He also has information he's going to tell you about how abusive this defendant was when Melissa's on out. And you're going to hear from Christina Garrett. Christina Garrett is the daughter of Melissa Wolfenbarger and Christopher Wolfenbarger. And the one thing she'll tell you is that she one thing that kind of stood out.
I didn't do that mute thing, but you see them over there. This just so y'all are aware that this gentleman in the wheelchair over here is Christopher. This is Christopher Wolfenbarger. This is the guy. It's unknown. I was just fixing to say all that. That is the defendant. I have researched. I do not know why he's in a wheelchair. I've looked. They're saying there is no, and I even asked if it was his health that has impacted, with the trial. It was a little bit of delay, and it appears that he's in a wheelchair, but it says, do not explicitly state the reason for him being in a wheelchair during his trial, possibly as a health condition or an injury. So I don't have any facts on why he's in a wheelchair. So I don't understand it. But it was really weird how they just started like chit-chatting and he was shaking his head no, and I don't know what that was all about. Let me rewind it just a second. They muted out the sound whenever that was all going on. Yeah, like Lord Valor, right? Hey, Lois, welcome back, love.
And the one thing she'll tell you is that
see, I don't know what just happened there. They just muted it and it just.
One thing that kind of stood out is she just remembers her mother kind of disappearing one day. And she'll tell you that one of the oddest things that she cannot reconcile is almost immediately after Melissa just vanished, this defendant essentially just removes all of her stuff out of the house. You can see the pictures of mother, the long things of that nature. She's gone. While she was growing up, she would constantly ask him, "Where's my mother?" And you would expect that he would have heard an answer at some point. About that relation, which he would tell you that he never answered her questions. He never told her how it looked for her. He never told her I ever reported her this. Nothing. In fact, she would tell you that this defendant would tell her while he was growing up that he knows how to be good about it. He knows how to not get caught. He also told his daughter, and we'll hear this from her mouth, that he had a place to go and run things. Now, Christina Wolfenbarger grew up in basically being careful about.
I do need to say that I think this man needs to keep his little emotions and head nods and stuff in check, because they're saying things and he's over there just nodding and shaking his head and mouthing the word no. And the jury is there to see all that. So he needs to put himself in check.
Kathy Wolfenbarger, Christopher Wolfenbarger, biological mother. She lived in the house until she was able to leave when she became an adult. You're going to hear that when she left the house of her grandmother and she was able to get out of her room, that's when law enforcement gets that information from her around 2015, 2017. That information about what he told her while she was there. You're going to hear from Dorothy Jones. That Dorothy Jones is a resident of that neighborhood at that around the 800 Brookline Road area, close to the Action Glass Company where Christopher Wolfenbarger worked, close to the location where Melissa Wolfenbarger's skull was located, close to the location where Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains were located. Dorothy Jones knew that location, and since what she's going to tell you is she pretty much hung out with Christopher pretty much every day in that period. She remembers him. She remembers Melissa. She remembers seeing signs of Melissa being abused. She would tell you that she saw Melissa with a black eye herself. That she would punch her out. She's also going to tell you that she's heard them fighting at that house last week. Probably the most disturbing thing she's going to tell you is that she saw him every day for about a 10-year period. And just one day, Melissa was gone, never saw her again, and Chris was gone. And she says, not only gone, but just kind of left all the stuff. It's in. You're going to hear about the signs of trauma. There will be some photographs that you'll see, solely for the purpose of illustrating the 2 marks. The mechanical device that was used to disconnect the limbs of Melissa Wolfenbarger. And most importantly, you'll hear this defendant on statement. During that 1999 period, he told the officers that he was fired because the owners thought he stole a saw. He admits to borrowing it. He admits to using it to top off his car. He never got the saw back. And you'll hear from the anthropologists, the detectives, the medical examiners, that there are signs that Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains have been solved. You also hear about the day he was arrested, 2024. And it did not go like a typical execution of a warrant for a homicide, because it took quite a bit of time to locate this offender. In fact, they didn't locate him in the residence portion of the house. They located him inside area, so it was the garage that was situated in the living space. They found him in a something that looks the evidence to show that it has the appearance that it was created for the purpose of the house. That's what the evidence is going to show. After about 40 to 50 minutes, they get the dogs, and you just can't hide from the dogs, right? The dogs hit, come on out of there. You see, that's what you're going to get. But he crawls out of there after an hour. And evidence is going to show he knew exactly who was that truck over. Your determination, your decision as to why. Possibly you. It will be clear. It will be clear. They were there to find him. Arrest this defendant for the murder of his wife. Arrest this defendant for dismembering his wife. They were there to arrest him and hold him accountable for taking Melissa Wolfenbarger from her mother and sister to support their children. At the conclusion of this case, the evidence, testimony, the exhibits, you'll be left with one decision, and that's the truth. And I submit to you, the truth will be guilty. Both counts of the state indicted for the murder of Melissa Walker. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may proceed.
We can all agree that Melissa Wolfenbarger did suffer a tragic death. And you haven't yet heard the extent of which she had suffered a tragic life. But the extent of her suffering in life and in death had nothing to do with Christopher Wolfenbarger. The state's story begins correctly. This is a case about a horrifying discovery of human remains that later became identified as Melissa Wolfenbarger's. But the evidence will show you over the next few days that the state's story has gaping holes in it. That the state is going to ask you effectively to imagine in order to connect the dots between those over those gaping holes. To fill the gaps, if you will. What the state has declined to tell you in this case is far more important than what they have told you. And your job in the next few days is going to be to see those gaps, to refuse to imagine, and to demand proof of all the elements of the crime that is charged beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to hear evidence, some of it from their own witnesses, that multiple other individuals could have had something to do with Melissa's death, starting with their own parents. You've mentioned already of the Flint River murders. Melissa's father, Carl Patton, committed a string of murders in the late 1970s. He was suspected of those murders for a long time. He was investigated, but they were not prosecuted and proved until 2003, years after Melissa's disappearance and death. You'll be presented with evidence that Norma Patton, his wife, helped him directly commit at least 2 of those murders, to dispose of the bodies, to clean up the crime scenes, and to wrap up the bodies and dispose of them in ways that are somewhat similar to the way Melissa's remains were found. Carl, Melissa's father, died in prison last December. Melissa's father eventually confessed to killing 5 people. Some of those
Oh, it is doing it. It might have been doing it because I was uploading this picture of Melissa. I'm sorry. I just wanted her picture on my stage so we know who we're here for. I just felt it was very important. So hopefully it stopped. It's showing my health is good though. So is it, well, if I'm on Wi-Fi, I don't know. Let me check over here. Okay. I don't know. Let me hit play and let's see what happens. It might have been because I was trying to upload that picture into the back end of StreamYard so I could put it on screen. So let's try it again. So
those were for personal revenge. Some of those were contract killings for money. And at least 2 of those were murders of his own friends because they knew too much. All of the victims were either close friends or family members. In one case, Carl knew how to stage a crime scene. He turned what was a shooting to look like an accident of a car on train tracks.
Yeah, I object to the
what looked like train? What? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what he said. I have to rewind it because
defense's
this is the defense given their opening statement. So he confused me. Sorry.
In one case, Carl knew how to stage a crime scene.
Oh, he's talking about Carl.
A shooting to look like an accident of a car on train tracks.
Yeah, I object to the defense's content of their opening statement. The statements made by counsel are just simply irrelevant to any issues that are presented during this trial.
I have to agree with him. I felt it was very out of the scope. Why are they talking about the way her father took people out? That's irrelevant as to what this gentleman, well, I say gentleman, I don't know him, Christopher Wolfenbarger has done. Are they trying to compare that he learned from her dad? I mean, come on.
to third-party guilt. And
Where are they going?
I'm going to overrule the objection on relevance grounds. I am, however, going to request that you, in line with our earlier discussion pretrial, limit some of the details unless and until that evidence is presented to the jury.
I will not get into any more granular detail than I have so far.
Thank you.
Satisfactory.
Yes, sir.
Melissa's mother in 2 of those murders was a co-defendant. She confessed to planning 2 cold-blooded murders, cleaning up the blood, bleaching the floor, etc. And the murders for which the name that comes to those murders is the Flint River murders, is because one of those bodies was dumped in the Flint River, the other in the Altamolty River. And the only reason Norma didn't go to prison like Carl did was because she got immunity to testify against him. And she'll be here to testify this week. The evidence will show that there's also a Patton family associate who also had very strong motives to kill Melissa. We're trying to get him prosecuted for allegedly molesting her in the 90s, and also because his father later turned out, to his knowledge, was one of Carl's victims. And until he learned that, he was a family friend and hung out with the family. And that man's name is Eric Martin Jackson. You'll find out later that at some point Martin learned what Melissa's father had done to his father. And he goes and buys a series of burial plots at a cemetery in 1997, a year before Melissa goes missing, or maybe a year and a half. And he buys them in the very cemetery that Melissa is buried in today. And later, because later he sold those plots to her family. And there are others I'll touch on in just a minute. We expect Norma Patton to come here and testify that she had a loving relationship with Melissa, that Melissa loved her, communicated with her, stayed in touch with her, tried to get away from Christopher's control every chance she could get, so she could come back to Norma's home and see her. But the evidence is going to show that Melissa was actually abused by her mother in her own home for many years and started running away frequently. Her mother locked her in a room all day, every day, from roughly ages 7 to...
Oh, y'all. Where in the hell is this man? What? Deep breath. Exhale. Where is he trying? What is the defense doing? I need to. I'm fixing to find out, Journey. Give me a second.
Wow.
That's my next Google. I need
The
to
evidence
know.
will show that their home was so foul and dirty that Melissa acquired a foul smell in her clothes and hair that made the other kids at school bully her and tease her. You'll hear evidence from Melissa's next door neighbor and childhood friend that she will detail the abuse that she endured in that house. Moreover, at some point before Melissa ran away, her sister Tina had a pregnancy in that house, delivered the baby in the house secretly, and tried to dispose of it secretly at a clothes hanger in the house. 13-year-old Melissa discovered that baby's corpse. She eventually told school officials, who later called the police, and it was at that point that Melissa began running away from her home regularly. Christopher, in fact, first met Melissa because she ran away from home. And through a mutual friend, they met at that mutual friend's house. Now, Christopher and Melissa eventually got married, and they did so in fairly hurry. They were both 17 when they got married. They had 2 children, very young, in very close succession. When Melissa was still pregnant with her second child in 1996, she went to Christopher's mother, Kathy Wolfenbarger, who will testify, that Melissa asked her if she would take custody of their children temporarily. And she did. When Melissa got in some legal trouble the next year in Gwinnett County and went on probation for theft, it was after that they began to, that's when they moved up to Brookline in July of '98. Their children lived with Christopher's mother in Stockbridge and later in Locust Grove, Georgia. When Christopher and Melissa moved up to Brookline in 1998, the children did not go with them. Now, you've heard some talk about an incident that happened in July of 1998 when Melissa took out charges against Christopher. You also heard the state tell you that Melissa came back and dropped the request for that protective order. What they didn't tell you is the very next day, Melissa calls Kathy Wolfenbarger from the Henry County Superior Court and asks her to please come down and sign the papers to make her custody of those children permanent. To make Kathy's custody of Melissa's children permanent. And Melissa permanently relinquishes her parental rights to those children. One of the reasons Melissa originally gave for giving her children over to Kathy Wolfenbarger, and she tells this to Kathy, and she tells this also to Christopher's sister independently, was that she did not want her parents to have anything to do with her children because they are bad people. After relinquishing her parental rights, Melissa quit working around that time at the Waffle House in East Point with her sister, and for some reason begins randomly working at a Waffle House clear up in Doraville. No one knows why she went up there. But according to everyone, no one had any connections up there, friends or family or anything. But she goes up there and starts working. Melissa started spending more and more time in Doraville, days at a time, working double shifts, spending the night at someone's house, and then multiple days, and days turned into weeks, she would be gone from Christopher's house. And it was at that time that she had started seeing Thomas Michael Dixon, the state mentioned a while ago. We'll have a chance to cross-examine him. In October of that year, Melissa got arrested in Gwinnett County for violating her probation, and she spent 30 days in jail until early November. The terms of her probation required her to do community service. This was outstanding from 1997 still in effect. She was to do community service, she was to take GED classes, and she was to report regularly to her probation officer, and she had not done any of that. So they arrested her, gave her 30 days in jail, and then released her back on the same terms of probation. Within 1 month, she is already violating her probation again. Oh, she was not rearrested at that time. So at this point in her life, Melissa was spending as much, if not more, time in Doraville as she was at Christopher's house. She only occasionally came back to see Christopher. She had.
Yes, journey. That was my big incentive for this, was because it was DNA. It was the DNA of her father, Carl Patton, who was a serial killer that was arrested, and he was arrested for a cold case crime. And when he was arrested, they took his DNA. When they took his DNA, when he went to prison, that's what prompted them to be able to discover this, whose body this was that they had found in these trash bags. So the DNA from her father was what led to finding out who she was. And then they were able to put it together and put the story together of who this missing body that they found was, and was able to put pieces together and track it back to her husband. And I don't know what other DNA evidence they may have against him in this case. I just know that's how they tracked down who she was from her father being convicted, which I find totally fascinating. So,
Her own job, she had her own money, she had her own circle of friends, she had her own freedom, she had no obligations to her children. And so when in December of 1998, she did not come home for several weeks or months, Christopher could safely assume she had decided to live her own life on her own terms, wherever she decided to live. Moreover, if Christopher had raised a stink about it at the time, Melissa was in violation of her probation. She would have been arrested. Melissa's mother, Norma, is expected to testify variously, as you've already heard, that when she didn't hear from Melissa at Christmas in 1998, that's when she knew something was wrong. Alternatively, however, she will testify that no, it was not until my birthday rolled around. That's when I knew something was wrong. She will tell multiple versions of this story. In one version of the story, well, let me back up. The evidence will show you that in multiple versions of the story, whichever version she tells, she never reports Melissa missing until 2000, January of 2000. If something was wrong in December of 98, Something was wrong in February of '99 on her birthday. Something is wrong a month later, a month later, a month later. Her mother doesn't report it. She doesn't file a missing persons report until 2000. The human remains in this case, as you heard, were found on Avon Avenue. It's an industrial area near the west end of Atlanta. The evidence will show that it just so happens Melissa's father, Carl Patton, was familiar with this area. He grew up in a childhood home on Main Street in College Park. It's just a few miles down the road. Further, the evidence will show that Norma and Carl actually went up to Brookline Street right after her birthday in February of 1999. They found Christopher's empty house at that time. They learned from a neighbor that Christopher had moved out sometime between Christmas and New Year's. They also learned that from that neighbor that Christopher worked at Action Glass down on Avon Avenue. So they drove down to Avon Avenue and talked to the people at Action Glass. And they learned that he had been let go there. Again, this is February 1999. Carl and Norma Patton knew where Chris worked and where he lived months before the head was found on Avon Avenue, right beside where he worked. The state is correct that Melissa's mother and sister are going to testify against Christopher. They're going to blame him. They're going to call him a domestic abuser. But there's a lot of context you don't know. Keep in mind, as we've already said, the evidence is going to show that Melissa only met Christopher when she ran away from home. The evidence is also going to show you that Norma Patton has consistently, out of her own mouth, stated that she absolutely hates Christopher. From the very first time she ever saw him, she hated him. She worked and did everything in her power possible to prevent Christopher from seeing Melissa. When he was 16, would not let them date, or tried to prevent them from dating. Tried to prevent Melissa from leaving the house. Tried to prevent them from getting married. She tried to force Melissa onto birth control so that she could not get pregnant. Melissa's older sister joined that opposition to Christopher as well. You'll hear admitted from her own mouth that she did not like Christopher. No one in her family liked Christopher, and that she tried everything she could perpetually to intervene in Christopher and Melissa's marriage to get Melissa to leave Chris. The evidence is going to show that any claims of abuse or bruises on Christopher's part only began to be generated after Melissa started working with Tina at Waffle House. And the evidence of claims of abuse only come from witnesses who came under the influence of Norma and Tina. Christopher and Melissa, as I said, had two children, Chrissy and Joey. Chrissy was born in August of 1995, Joey 11 months later. Again, the state is going to present testimony from Norma and Tina, who will say that Melissa would never under any circumstances have abandoned her children. She would not have just left and never kept contact with her children. Impossible. But we already know that, in fact, she did legally abandon them. And the evidence will show that she also practically abandoned them. As I said earlier, when Christopher and Melissa moved up to Brookline Street, the children didn't come with them. They stayed way back in Stockbridge. The children were raised by their grandmother, believing that she was their mother. In September of 1998, when Melissa started leaving for large portions of the time with her work friends and her new lover, Thomas Dixon, she rarely returned to Brookline Street, where Christopher was. She even less hardly ever went down to Stockbridge. You will hear testimony that she rarely visited her children during this time, and that she rarely ever even called them during this time. Whatever Melissa's own personal aspirations might have been in regard to her children, the one thing we do know is the evidence will show that she rarely ever contacted them, and all but forgot about them. You'll hear testimony from Christopher and Melissa's own daughter, who's now grown up, of course. Her name's Christina, some call her Chrissy. She will testify as a state's witness. She will say that she remembers to the day when her mother disappeared and all the pictures and belongings were moved from the house. Again, the evidence will show that she didn't live in that house. She lived in Stockton. The evidence will show you that at that time, Chrissy was every bit of 3 years old. Moreover, Christopher and Melissa's children didn't live in that house, as I said. Chrissy will also tell you that years later, she remembers Christopher making these offhand comments about he knows how to get away with murder, and the key is to hide the body, or to put it under the foundation of a house that's being built, so they'll concrete over it and no one will ever find it. And there are various versions of that story. Christopher's son, Joey, who's also now grown up, will also testify, and he will say he was in the room when such comments were made. And that Christopher was speaking in the context of the boasts that Carl Patton used to make, who was a no-killer. We'll have evidence in this trial that early in their relationship, Carl hired Christopher to help him in the roofing business. Chris spent time around Carl and heard him say these things. Even Chrissy will admit that when Christopher made such comments, it was contextual within a discussion and had nothing to do with Melissa whatsoever. Chrissy will also admit that everything she knows about the case, she learned from Norma Patton. Remember what I said at the outset. The state's going to present little points of circumstantial evidence, and they're going to ask you to use your imagination to fill in the gaps. Here are some of the gaps I want you to pay attention to. The state will not present any evidence of a cause of death. The state will not present any evidence of a murder weapon. The evidence obviously will show that there were remains that were discovered and that there were marks on the bones. But those wounds are all post-mortem. The state will present you with no evidence of how she died. The state will present no evidence of when she died or where she died. The state will present you with no evidence of where she was dismembered or when or how she was dismembered. They won't present any evidence of how she was transported to the site in the condition that she was. The state will provide claims about a saw that went missing from Christopher's work, allegedly around the time that Christopher was there. No evidence will show, even though the state claims otherwise, that he stole a saw from them, or that he was terminated for that reason. Furthermore, there's no proof that the kind of tool that actually made the marks on these bones was a saw. If so, what kind of saw? We have no evidence of what type of saw it would have been. We've got no evidence that will show that markings are distinctive of this reciprocating saw that was taken versus the circular saw he mentioned when he started his story. Furthermore, your common sense will tell you that there are about a literal million saws in the state of Georgia. Anybody can access a saw. Anyone can access a wide variety of types of saws. You'll hear from investigators from the APD. They will admit that once Melissa's remains were identified, they searched Christopher and Melissa's house on Brookline Street. They searched every inch of the home, inside, outside, every room, basement. They sprayed the entire house with a reactive agent that discovers drops of blood. Not a single drop was found. They took paint samples from every room. Why? Because when Melissa's head was examined, there were chips of paint in her hair. There were synthetic fibers in her hair. And forensic evidence will show that. The fibers were, in fact, found to be consistent with some kind of a bath mat or even a carpet. Very broad category. When Melissa's remains were the paint samples of her remains did not match any of the paint samples from Christopher's house. There was no match of any fiber from Christopher's house. A pubic hair was found on Melissa's remains. Christopher willingly submitted his pubic hair samples. They didn't match. Head hair samples were found. Christopher submitted head hair samples. The head hair samples didn't match. The medical examiners in this case made DNA analysis of the head almost impossible because one of the medical examiners or anthropologists soaked it in bleach. But the technology still won out in the end. The plastic bags in which the remains have been kept were recently re-examined using the most powerful DNA testing available in modern times, detecting trace amounts of DNA. And sure enough, one of those bags returned a profile that was viable for testing against subjects. It said there were at least 5 human contributors touching this bag. 2 of them were male. Christopher submitted his DNA. It didn't match. So the state has some huge gaps it needs to fill. And here's how we anticipate that they're going to try to fill that gap. We expect the state will also call a witness who is somewhat of an expert in the area of domestic violence or abuse. Perhaps you think, well, there's no DNA, there's no fiber evidence, there's no trace evidence in the paint chips. The really important evidence must be in the domestic abuse. But just as with the DNA and the paint chips and fiber, etc., the expert will offer no support for the prosecution's theory in this case, and here's why. She doesn't know anything about the case. She's never interviewed Chris. She's never read a single police report. She's never even talked to the DAs about the facts of this case. Instead, she's simply going to say that she is a domestic violence expert and tell you signs and symptoms of domestic violence. We anticipate that their testimony on those matters will do nothing to prove that Christopher Wolfenbarger is a cold-blooded murderer. She doesn't know anything about him. She knows nothing. And we will ask you when trial is over to reject that level of fake expert testimony. Another thing, the state's going to offer evidence to say Christopher was the last person to see Melissa alive in December of 1998. You've already heard it. But other evidence is going to show that Melissa's sister, Tina, actually saw her the following spring. At that time, Christopher had already long moved out of the area. Although Carl Patton was serving 5 life sentences in prison throughout this whole period up until he died last December, that did not stop Norma Patton from firmly.
Okay, that was news to me. I'm gonna rewind that just a second. I was telling everybody I want to do a dive on that and find out this Carl Patterson story. He is deceased according to this man. Okay, news to me.
5 life sentences in prison throughout this whole period up until he died last December. That did not stop Norma Patton from firmly expecting he would be paroled at some point. And she began looking into his parole within about 12 years after his life sentence had been served, his first of 4 or 5. And the law technically at the time allowed for someone serving a life sentence to be eligible for parole after 14 years of service in prison. The evidence is going to show you that Norma operated on the belief that the only reason Carl had not been paroled was because his son-in-law, Christopher, had not yet been arrested. She will state explicitly out of her own mouth in a police interview that she believed that as soon as Christopher would be locked up, her husband would be released to come home. And she worked tirelessly for years with the DAs, with the police, and with media campaigns to make sure that happened. Ironically, the evidence will show that the investigators spent hardly any time at all investigating these other potential suspects. No hair samples were taken from them, no DNA samples were taken from them, no pubic hair samples, no searches of their homes, no paint chip samples taken from their houses. No one took DNA samples for this reason from the sister or the accused molester in her home or the friend down the road or anyone else. The evidence will show at most that Melissa somehow died and that someone tried to dispose of parts of her body. The evidence will show that everything beyond that is speculation and imagination. The evidence, as I said, won't show you a cause of death, a weapon, an instrument of death, an incident that led to her death, who dismembered or transported or scattered her remains. There will not be proof beyond a reasonable doubt in this case. There's no DNA, there's no high-powered technology, there's no expert testimony, there's no fiber evidence, no surveillance, no snitches, no co-conspirators, no confession, no eyewitnesses. The evidence will show that the state expects you to fill in all those missing gaps with your imagination. There is no evidence of these charges in this case, and that's why we will ask you at the end of this case to return a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you. Hold up. Let's go back. I have to properly thank Evamos. I was waiting for that pause moment, and he was done. But those went to, and I've almost used, so sweet. I so appreciate you. Seeking Justice, beginner, Seeking Justice, Norma Guerrero, Love versus Money 68, Kimbers, Ohio, It's Me, Randy, Teresa M, Mika 801, Daisha, Daisha Sutter, and Trout Rancher 68, and Carolina Hurtado. Look at that. I recognize so many of those names. That is so sweet, and you are so appreciative. You are so appreciative. I am so appreciative of your kindness. Again, I'm. That's so sweet, and thank you. You don't know how much I appreciate that. Okay, so with that, I think,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12:15.
they go for a break. So we will zoom through their break because we have that luxury. Zoom, and they return. So here we are. We're returning. See, that was a quick break, y'all. See, we went to lunch and everything. Come back, and let's roll. So thank you, Almost.
We are back on the record after our lunch break. Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom. And the purpose of our gathering before the jury returns for the afternoon session was to discuss and see about resolving, giving y'all rulings on the photographs issue. So during lunch, I had an opportunity to review the email that Mr. Fawcett forwarded to me. That was an email from Mr. McDermott regarding his objections to certain photographs. I've also had a chance to review the flash drive that was provided to me, which was a PDF of the various photographs, most of which are not objected to. I think my understanding is that the state had attempted to limit the photographs to some extent, and that Mr. McDermott was accepted that as many of them that are in the PDF would be admitted, and that the ones we have still pending as objections have been identified by Mr. McDermott specifically by number. And so I'd like to just sort of take them up in turn, and understanding that the baseline here is these are gruesome photos because of the nature, the manner in which Ms. Wolfenbarger's body was disposed of, and that the manner in which the ME does its work and documents its work, that those things are necessarily gruesome and graphic. And so the question then becomes, are they relevant? And if they are relevant, are they overly prejudicial or for some other reason, cumulative, et cetera? Mr. McDermott, if you want to start, I think your first one was photo number 35.
I'm trying to locate the file that has all
Sure,
I'm talking about.
that's fine.
I seem to have lost the email. Oh, I remember. Now I close it. I have that in the folder. Give me just 1 minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the number again, please.
35, which, so it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that at least the first few that you're objecting to, 35 through 51, 53, you might have additional objections, but it also seems as if your objection is to them in that clinical context, in the medical examiner's possession on like a white table, as opposed to, for example, Exhibit 16, which is also a photograph of the head that was recovered, but in the field as it was discovered.
Yeah, I just felt that I don't see what that adds. It's not necessary to complete any part of the medical examiner's testimony, and I think it's just cumulative in that sense.
Okay. As we move on to 39 through 42, which again, I think it's fair to describe as sort of various photographs of admittedly a body part that I actually can't recognize by what it looks like.
Which one? The first one?
39 through 42. I just have them labeled generally as body parts. One of them might be a leg, but I don't know what I'm looking at because I don't have that training.
So again, we have pictures of body, I think that exact body part in the field. We have a picture of the black bag just like that already in the field. I don't see what it adds to the medical examiner's testimony to show the same photograph in the same way, just on a different table instead of the ground. So I just think that's cumulative and unnecessary.
Okay, so I did look through all of the photographs. And although I did note there's a relatively close-up photograph of the head, Exhibit 16, in the field. I saw distant photographs and closer-up photographs. Maybe 21 is a closer-up photograph, but the rest of them seem to be in the field, seem to be in plastic bags, as opposed to the actual body part that was recovered from inside the plastic bag. Yeah, the 21, I agree with you, does appear to be one body part that was not housed in a bag, and the photograph is taken of it in the field, and it's a close-up. The rest of the photographs that I see in the field seem to either be not close-ups or of plastic bags. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fawcett or Mr. Wilson, but I assume that the state's evidence is going to be that these were recovered to the extent they were in plastic bags at the scene, enough to ensure there were body parts in it, and then it was the medical examiner's job to remove those bags?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. And what about Mr. McDermott, 44 through 47?
Same objection.
Okay, so I think we're just going to kind of zoom through some of this. They're discussing these pictures that are going to come into evidence. And, you know, it is what it is.
We don't even know what it is.
She wasn't even sure. I'm fine with removing that one, Judge.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure the pictures are kind of gory.
I don't know why that would be, why that would put it.
You know.
What rate of decomposition.
All right. Okay, let's take some bring it back in. All right, here we go. Okay. Yeah, I think that was a lot of fluff we didn't need to know about. It was just pictures. They're not deciding whether or not they're going to bring them in, and we will see. So, lady, move your big nose out that picture. Y'all see her walk up on my camera like
so
that?
They'll be facing sort of this general direction towards the deputy, where the deputy's standing, if you can. Turn a little bit more so you're facing the deputy, so you won't have your back to the jury. That's good, sir.
What is
Now,
happening?
are you able to raise your right hand, sir? Okay. If you would, thank you.
Well, this is Mom, you're about to get court today. Shall we the whole truth and nothing but the truth? You may lower your right hand, state and spell your name for the record, please.
George, W. McPeaky, that is W.M.P. after E.A.C.E.R.A.
Okay. Mr. McEachern, this is the judge talking. I'm behind you, so don't worry about that. If you could, just because you don't have a microphone, if you could just try to speak up when you're answering questions to make sure everyone in the courtroom can hear you. Okay, sir? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you live in Atlanta, sir? How long have you lived there?
28.
And did you ever live in the area of Avon Avenue, in the general area? Do you still live there? How long have you lived at your present address? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. What did you do? What did you do for a living?
I want to thank for Margaret Sack.
I apologize. We can't hear him.
Hold on a second, sir. Should I try to get the microphone?
I'd say give it a try.
Okay, with all their courtroom dysfunction of not having somebody to take care of all this logistics of technology, I don't know where the guy is. It looked like he was sitting in a wheelchair in the middle of the floor, but I wasn't sure. I'm not sure what's going on. And anyways, his name is George.
Tape together.
McEachern. Okay, case
Yes,
one.
please.
Anytime, sweetie. We're here.
It's coming now. I can see it moving.
What is happening?
Can
Son.
you see if you can get closer to the microphone that we have there for you, sir? Yes, sir. Mr. Yes, for now. Hang on. I apologize. Why don't you have him come to the podium, and against all directions, we're going to have him move. We're going to move the microphone. Now have him right here. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I didn't say.
And then, Mr. McEachern, if you could turn a little bit more and face the jury, please, sir.
Okay, see, I was right.
And now,
He's in a wheelchair, and they're trying to get it all adjusted to get him in there because he can't get up there on the stand. I see what's happening. Bless his heart.
Yes, George W. McEachern.
much better, sir.
Last name spelled capital MC, capital EACHERN.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you remember in April, at the end of April of 1999, unusual thing happening an unusual thing you found on Avon Avenue?
Yes, I went for a walk that morning to the bank, and on my way back, I came up Avon Avenue, and as
And what did you see?
I saw a head, a human head that was laying in the street. So I walked up to it, and I looked down at it, and I saw it was a head.
How did you know it was a head?
Well, through my training in mortuary science and funeral direction, I recognize human heads.
Human head?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I took a stick and I moved it out of the street to the curb of the road,
Why'd you do that?
so it would be intact. I didn't want another vehicle to come and crack it up. So I moved it to the corner.
Could you repeat the last part where you said that it was a
What? He moved it to the corner. I'm sorry. I have to rewind a second because I don't think I heard that properly. And welcome in, Cindy. And exactly, Lois. Glad he's here to testify. I mean, because he looks a little older and up there in age with some problems, and I'm glad he was still able to do this. So I rewound it. Okay, that's what you heard. Okay, are y'all?
Crack it up. So I moved it to the corner.
Could you repeat the last part where you said that it was a crack it?
I did not want a vehicle to come and run over their head and deform it. So I saw it belonged to somebody.
What did you use to move it?
I broke off a stick, and I took the stick and I tried to push it over to the curb.
Did you see anything else unusual on Avon Avenue on that day? I mean, was there any other things that you can recall?
Well, I didn't know some birds, some birds flying up in there, look like buzzers. And, and I recognized that might have been the reason why they were there. But I told the officer after I called them that I thought they could be something else out there in the woods because the buzzers were still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, after you found the skull, what did you do next?
I went home. I got my daughter, so she was in criminal justice,
Okay.
and I wanted her to see the head.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did your daughter come with you?
She did.
And what did you do next?
Call the police.
Okay.
Call 911.
And after you called 911, how long did it take? Do you remember how long it took the police to get there?
That recognition said right now. It wasn't long, but right now I cannot recall how long it was.
Okay.
But they
you think
did.
It was long?
No, I didn't think it was long. But
How
they,
many police, do you remember how many police showed up?
no,
Was it just one or more than one?
I don't know. I know there were one.
Okay.
I do know there were one. There could have been more than one. Okay.
Because you talked to the one?
Yeah, I talked to the one. Yeah.
And did you do any? Did you go anywhere after you initially told the police out on the scene? Did you go anywhere with the police?
I do know I had to go downtown.
Okay.
But I can't recall whether it was the same day or not, or whether it was a few days later But I do know I went down to the Atlanta Police Department. I think it was down there, Georgia State College, Ponce Leon, somewhere down in there.
You went to the headquarters?
I went to the headquarters, I think. Well,
And
Yes,
I
yes,
assume
sir.
you told them what you saw?
I told them the same thing I'm telling you now.
And do you remember if you gave any statement or had to sign a statement or anything, just saying what you did?
I'm pretty sure I had to, sir. I'm pretty sure I had to.
I'm gonna show you a piece of paper. Do
Okay.
you recognize that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that your signature?
My signature.
Yeah, could you read it real quickly? Is that the statement that you gave?
Sir, I'm gonna be honest with you in the courts. When I gave this report, I was walking, I was younger, I could see better,
Well, can you read it?
and right now I cannot make this out. That takes too damn around. I don't have my glasses with me.
Are they?
Bless his heart, guys. Bless his heart. Y'all, I want to hug this man. He's like, I can't read it. I'm gonna be honest with the court. This was a while back. I can't. Oh, I want to hug him.
Are they around?
I don't know, but baby, have my glasses back there.
Mr. Wilson, just to clarify, are you asking the witness to read it to himself or are you asking him to read it out loud?
Read it to himself.
Thank you.
Refresh his recollection.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Do you need some assistance, sir? Apparently not.
What you want me to do with this?
Does that help you?
Yes, you may read it to myself.
Yeah, read it to yourself real quick.
Okay.
Honestly, if you think about it while he's reading that, could you, as a person, imagine you're going for a walk one afternoon? You're walking down the road, out just strolling, smelling the fresh air, looking at the clouds, and you find a decapitated human head.
The true, all but a few, maybe a few seconds.
Do you know?
I was driving. I wasn't driving. I was walking at the time.
I apologize. I think you
Say that
said,
again.
I wasn't driving. I was walking at the time.
Did you?
Yeah.
Does that help refresh your recollection
Yeah,
at all?
sure, it does.
Do you remember finding anything else other than a human head?
I don't.
Now, how long have you lived? You've lived in Atlanta your whole life?
No,
Where else did you live?
no.
How long have you lived in Atlanta?
Ever since 1960.
Ever since 1960?
Yes.
And Avon Avenue, is that located in Fulton County?
It is.
Can I just have one moment, Your Honor?
sure. Thank you. Mr. McDermott, questions for this witness?
Just a couple, Your Honor.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Just a couple questions.
Okay.
You said you informed the officer on the scene that there were buzzards circling overhead. Is that correct?
I did.
And did they go over and check anything else? To your knowledge?
I don't know. They told me they were going to, but I think what happened a few days later, somebody came by my house and told me that they had found another body part, and they were going to try to match the head with that body part. However, as far as I can remember, sir, it wasn't in Atlanta they had found that body part. I think he told me they found somewhere near Griffin or Macon or somewhere down in that area. Somebody told me that they found about it. And they were trying to mess it up. And that's the best I heard of that.
Is this a walk that you took every day or frequently?
No, this was a walk that I decided I wanted to walk that morning to the bank
Did you ever normally travel up and down Avon Avenue?
sometime.
You ever notice any dogs?
But there are homes in that area. I'm sure there's dogs in that area
Or did you
also.
ever see any when you were traveling up and down Avon Avenue?
Yeah,
Do you remember? All right, thank you.
No.
That's all the question I have.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. McEachern, you are excused as a witness. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, while they roll him out and bring in the new one, Denise, that is just horrible, horrible. Driving one day, witness a violent car accident. Human had rolled across the road. It wasn't from the accident. It came from the trunk of the car. I couldn't imagine. I do have an incident that had occurred when it was Christmas morning, the year 2000. I will never forget it. I was driving down I-45.
Back,
And
and then we're all going to try not to touch it again.
I'm telling you my story real quick. I was driving down I-45 from Galveston going to Houston. It was Christmas morning. There was a motorcycle on the freeway and it was speeding, and it hit the back of a car. And when it flew in the air and came down, the helmet with the head in it flew in one opposite direction, and the body that still had it was in full gear, flew the other way. And the bike was on the freeway, cars were hitting it. It was a total disaster. And I remember it so vividly because there was two cars in front of me, and it was the second car in front of me that he hit because he came up beside me and was flying. And I told my husband at the time, I was like, "Oh my God, this guy's going to get hurt." And it just, when he hit that car, and then it flew and flipped and hit the freeway and separated, and motorcycle parts everywhere and everything. I was so freaked out, and all I could think about the rest of that day, going to my family's and spending Christmas, all I could think about that day was somebody has to go inform his family on Christmas Day. It affected me so bad that year. I had a horrible, horrible Christmas because all I could do was think about that poor family that had to deal with this on Christmas. So, yeah, I mean, we all have our trauma stories, of things that we witness and see, but that was one I'll never forget. Christmas 2000.
Thank you.
Okay, second witness here. Let's see who's coming up. Let's see, who's the second witness? It is Dale Kelly. That's who's
Before
coming.
you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand.
Population, less than yesterday. Never been so glad to see back up.
Careful. That chair is on wheels and there's a ledge next to you, so make sure and stay closer to me than the edge, okay? Thank you, sir.
D-A-L-E, Kelly, K-E-L-L-E-Y.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
Retired,
What did you do before you were
law
retired?
enforcement for 42 years.
And let's go through your law enforcement career.
Let him finish the sentence, sir.
In 1979, in the city of Atlanta.
And,
Okay, Denise.
When you were hired, did you have to get? Well, tell us about your hiring at the city of Atlanta.
July 2nd, 1979 was the first day I started the Atlanta Police Academy. We were there for 12 weeks, and then after you got out of that, you rode with a senior officer for 12 more weeks in field training. I became a patrol officer. I was assigned to Zone 1, which is northwest Atlanta at that time. 83, I was promoted to detective. I did vice for about 6 months. That was during Eldon Bell. He thought all new detectives needed to go undercover and then come out and get in a regular division. I went to sex crimes. I worked in sex crimes, total of 13 years. But whenever they had a sexually related homicide, I would get pulled over and help the homicide detectives work a sexually related homicide. And then in 1996, I was permanently assigned to homicide.
In 19, were you post-certified?
Yes.
Are you still post-certified?
No, I do not keep my mandated.
Okay. And when did you leave the city of Atlanta?
I retired in 2000 from the city of Atlanta, went to the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, worked there, started in the jail, worked patrol. I went to CID. From CID, I made sergeant. I was a night shift sergeant for a patrol shift. And then I went to the fugitive unit, the warrant unit in plain clothes. And then from there, I made lieutenant and was over the transport and civil division.
Now, did you receive any specialized training in investigations?
Yes, I mean, I've been as far as California on missing persons, violent crime network training. I've been to Valencia College 3 or 4 times on advanced sex crimes, advanced homicide, crimes, and like that.
Now, during 1999 and around April, could you describe what you were in the homicide division at that time?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what happens when you get how does that work? Or how do you get assigned cases or what?
Well, okay. You were on a rotation system where you were up on call. And if anybody called for a homicide unit, you would answer and go wherever they asked you to go. You didn't go by yourself. Half the time, the whole unit would go. You were just the lead, and they would do other jobs needed at the scene.
And when you say lead, what does that mean to you?
You were up on call, and the case was going to get assigned to you.
And when you're lead, what kind of things do you focus on?
Well, you get to the scene, you try to focus on directing the identification people to do fingerprints some places. Sometimes you don't. Take pictures and stuff like that. You may ask like the officer, the first responding officer, if there's a witness at the scene or something, you get the officer to take himself and the witness to the homicide office where they can give statements.
And let me draw your attention specifically to April 29th, 1999. I assume you were on call that day.
Yes.
And did you receive a call regarding a unexplained, what kind of call did you receive that day?
The way it works is Zone 3 Unit 2304, which meant he was a day shift unit working 304's beat, came over detective radio and called for a homicide unit. Each zone, and Atlanta still has 6 zones, they all have their own radio frequency. Detective division had their own frequency, and they would just switch their radio over to the detective frequency and call for a homicide unit.
So it was your turn?
It was my turn.
And where were you told you needed to report to?
He told me to come to the intersection of Avon and Hartford Way, southwest in Atlanta.
And what did you do?
I got in the car with the lieutenant, and investigator Tina Miller also rode with the lieutenant, Tony Biello, and we rode to that location.
And why did investigator Miller accompany you?
Again, on a homicide, you need as many people as you can out there. We didn't know what we had other than a unit calling for us, and we could always use help.
And she went along?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got to that location, what did you observe?
When I rode up, there was a decomposing head in the road standing upright. There's an old black plastic bag to the side, and there's an old mangy, like a stray dog with matted hair and all, kind of nasty, running around out there.
Okay. And where was it? Do you recall where that skull was located?
It was on the side of the roadway. It was actually on the Avon side, because we used the address of 858 Avon Avenue.
Now, when you're investigating a crime scene, is it important to document information?
It is, yes.
And you document through reports and also pictures?
Well, I didn't take the pictures. I called for our ID section to come take the pictures, and it's up to them to document their pictures.
Okay. No, what I mean is that it's important to take pictures of
Yeah,
crime scenes,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3 through State's Exhibit 20. Could you please look at those and tell the jury what those are?
They're pictures of the general area of where it was located, and ID had saw certain objects. They put the little plackets up at, and it's,
Could you look through those, please?
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So those true and accurate pictures of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I asked to admit States 3 through Exhibit 20, which are photos of the scene.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Samuel, thank you. Exhibits 3 through 20 are admitted.
We will take a pause here and I will throw this up just in case. I don't know what they will show with these. Okay. I have no clue what they're fixing to show. So there's your trigger warning.
And I would ask to publish some of the pictures to the jury as we go through the testimony.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I was waiting for you to ask.
Yes.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we discussed during the process of jury selection, I told you that I would warn you when we were going to show you photographs that are graphic in nature. So I'm giving you a heads up that some of these photographs would be graphic in nature.
Babe, I usually don't eat here in the
Stay
day.
with me.
Okay, well, I'll eat later. I'm not hungry.
Okay, show you what's been marked as, or what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 3. Could you kind of describe that picture in detail for the jury as best you can?
It's an overall shot, the area where the head was found.
Please speak up a little bit.
I'm sorry.
If
It's
you
a,
could pull that microphone towards you, I think that'll be easier as well.
it's an overall shot of the area where the head was found, and the head's actually in the photo to the left here, or my left, sitting looking at it. And you see where the patrol cars that blocked off the street.
Oh, but I do see some yellow things on
Yeah.
what are those?
Plackets, ID team uses, they see stuff, or maybe the investigator will point out, the placket, take a picture so they can be described later in their reports.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. StreamYard went down. Go back to where we were. All right. And I paused it, so we didn't lose anything. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what happened. StreamYard just like took a dump. So are we back? Are we back? Hello. Is this thing on? Tap, 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 tap. The luxury. All right. Okay. I'm assuming y'all can hear me and it's all fixed. So I'm going to hit play.
And what other items were there other than the placards?
Whether
I'm sorry. What other items were there than the skull that you described earlier?
there was a black plastic bag. It appeared to have decomposition in it, hair, and fluids.
And was that significant to you as an investigator?
Yeah, later, when the cadaver dogs were called out, other body parts were found in the black plastic bag. And also had fluid in it that ended up being bleach.
Okay. So when you saw those pieces of evidence, I assume that was kind of the first thing that was kind of done at the scene?
Yes, I cannot legally touch any body out there. It's all up to the medical examiner. I can look at it, I can have photographs taken of it, I can note it, but that's entirely up to the medical examiner's office to do any collection of body or body parts.
Were they contacted? Did you guys contact them or?
Yeah, they came out to the scene.
Okay, do you recall who came out to the scene?
Mary Beth Happel and Dr. John Parker.
Okay.
Mary Beth is an investigator for Polk County Medical Examiner, and Dr. Parker was a medical examiner.
Okay. And what did you do? What did you do next?
Well, we started. Hard to run an investigation if you don't know who your victim is, and this one's even doubly hard. We didn't know what sex the person was.
Why is that?
The decomposition of the facial and the torso, we never found it. So you couldn't ever determine a sex at that time. The feeling is the torso contains the guts of the thing, and it would smell more, and the animals out there would have eaten it quicker.
Okay. Do you recall what the conditions were like that morning?
Yeah, I noted it.
Would you have noted that in your report?
Yeah. As I wrote over with Lieutenant Biello and Investigator Miller, the weather conditions to be overcast.
I am very surprised that right now at this point, the defense is not objecting. He is reading from his paper. I'm very surprised that the defense is not objecting to this because he's not doing it from memory. So,
With a intermittent mist, and the temperature was in the low 60s with a brisk breeze.
So after you got there and after the medical examiner got there, what did you do next?
Nothing could do much other than make a report.
Did you talk to any? Do you remember speaking to any witnesses?
Well, there's a gentleman who had found the head. Gentleman's just in a wheelchair, but he wasn't in a wheelchair at that time. I talked with him. I sent him to the homicide office to give a statement, and the officer on the scene took him there for a statement.
Do you recall any other actions that you did out there at the scene that day?
That day, no.
So at this point, all you had was a skull and some plastic bags, pretty much.
Yeah.
Did you find anything else? And on a different day?
On a different day, yes. That's.
Were you called back out to the scene?
Yes, went back out there with the medical examiner's office. They had gotten in some cadaver dogs from Cobb County. These people who owned the dogs were not associated with law enforcement in any way. They were just citizens who trained their dogs to become cadaver dogs and would help agencies as they needed it. And they came back out there, and that's when we started finding hands, feet, and other body parts.
I do have to stop and say I find that quite interesting that it was just common citizens that had these cadaver dogs that helped them locate any of the rest of the remains. That's quite interesting.
Were also in a black plastic bag like I described earlier, and they were always double wrapped. There was always 2 bags per body part. That kind of makes sense with me there.
And I don't know, I don't know if you said, do you recall what date you went out to the scene?
The first, it was April 29th, and then this was June 3rd,
So that's approximately, what,
a month and a half later
month and a half later?
to get it set up.
Now, is the president, you mentioned bleach earlier, I'm sorry, you mentioned bleach earlier.
Yes,
Is that significant to collection of DNA?
not for the collection, for the destroying of DNA.
Your Honor, we've not been given an expert notice with regard to this witness.
Your response?
Well, Your Honor, I think that's not, I think it's something that a police officer can, based on police officers' evidence collection, could probably, could testify to as within their knowledge.
If you want to lay that foundation, I'll likely will allow it. Overruled for now, Mr. Samuel. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you learn about bleach?
Well, DNA is not the same as today. This was in the beginning stages of DNA. And a lot of things would interfere with DNA. When I worked sex crimes, if there was anal sodomy, the feces would ruin the DNA and you couldn't test it. Learned that bleach and
Where did you
gas, training
learn that?
classes I took
Okay.
that would hurt DNA. Nowadays, they probably can do it if there's bleach on
Well,
it.
what did you learn about bleach at that time?
That would interfere with the ability to do DNA evidence with what they had to test with at that time.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe I've laid a foundation based on his training.
And before that, never got notice of him being an expert. So if he's giving expert testimony about DNA, he was entitled to be given notice of that.
I understand your objection, but it's going to be overruled, and to the limited extent you've been asked the question, I'm going to let him answer it.
I think he's already answered it.
I think he has.
Okay. What did you do? After you went out and in June, what did you do next on this case?
There's nothing I could do until, again, you can't start much of an investigation until you know who the person, what sex the person is, who the person is. You have nowhere to start. So Investigator Miller, who worked adult missing persons, is assigned to homicide. She would attempt to identify the body. Medical examiner's office was trying to identify. They could hook up with other examiner's offices and do that, and hook up and see if they had any information. I retired in 2000.
Okay, well, and that was, you never got an answer by the time you retired?
No.
Okay. I just have one more, Your Honor.
Sure.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel?
Detective Kelly, it won't happen a second time.
That's okay.
It won't happen a third time. Detective Kelly, I don't believe we've met before, even though we've been around a long time together. So a couple questions. First of all, you said something about a dog on scene. Do you have any reason to believe that that dog had ever moved the skull at all?
I believe so. I believe the dog drug it out of the woods. And
Or you're just speculating about that?
there was a video, the VHS recording.
Can you stick with the microphone?
There was a VHS recording at one time that showed the dog dragging the bag out of the woods. Now, I don't know where it's at
Dragging the
now.
bag with the skull out of the woods?
Yes,
There was no detectives out there until after the skull was already there.
VHS recording. That's a security camera. It's so old. It was
Where is the evidence of that?
I'm sorry,
Has anybody ever had evidence of that? Is that in any police report anywhere?
I don't know.
Are you just kind of making it up today? I've read every report you've ever written, every report every other detective has written.
There are reports missing. I don't know why, but there are some reports missing.
Have you told the DAs there are reports missing?
Yeah. But I mean,
Which DA did you tell that there are?
Wait, what is happening? Reports missing? I was trying to look at something else real quick and listen, but I gotta back up, guys. I'm sorry. I don't, it just went spicy and I'm not sure what just happened.
There was no detectives out there until after the skull was already there.
VHS recording. That's a security camera. It's so old. It was
Where is the evidence of that?
I'm sorry.
Has anybody ever had evidence of that? Is that in any police report anywhere?
I don't know.
Are you just kind of making it up today?
No.
I've read every report you've ever written, every report every other detective has
You haven't
written.
written. There are reports missing. I don't know why, but there are some reports missing.
Have you told the DAs there are reports missing?
Yeah. But I mean,
Which DA did you tell that there are reports missing?
gentleman here just questioned me
Uh-huh.
that I had more reports in this file and they're not.
And
Where's
where's
found?
the VHS?
I don't know.
Did you tell them there was a VHS recording that's missing? You told
Yes,
Mr. Wilson that? When did you tell him that?
the other day when he called me.
You told him the other day?
Sir?
You told him the other day?
Yes.
Is there a
Called me
reason?
last week. Yeah,
And what else did the recording show?
just that.
Did it show how the skull got there at all?
Just what I described.
What is
A
happening?
dog pulling it out of the woods. From what part of the woods?
Uh,
Well, it's not in your report, you know that.
I'm telling you, I have reports missing out of this file. This is not my whole file.
Take your time.
It's from the wooded area where we returned with the cadaver dogs. It was coming from that area where the other bodily parts were found in the woods.
What did the dog look like?
Like it was a stray dog. The hair was all matted and nasty looking.
Was there any dog hair found on the skull?
I don't know.
Was there any testing done of the skull to show that a dog had moved it?
I don't know how you do that because remember the black plastic bag? It was ripped open. The dog was toting the bag and it fell out.
And you saw a video of that.
Yes,
What did you do with the video?
it was cut in evidence.
You know, I think we need to take a break and talk to the district attorney's office for a moment here.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step.
I don't know what happened. This thing just derailed. There's a missing VHS tape. There's missing documents. Excuse me.
Out for just a few minutes. It's 2:21. I'll try and get you back in here as quick as we can. Thank you all.
All right, for the jury.
This just went sideways real fast. I have no clue.
The room.
Well, I have a couple questions. I'd like to know, first of all, whether Mr. Wilson will either corroborate or dispute that he's been given information about video camera evidence that's lost, his reports that are lost, evidence that they knew that the dog had dragged the skull out of the woods into the road. There's no police report about it. And now it turns out his actual statements are missing, all of which apparently he told the DA's office, none of which even comes close to ever having been revealed to us, ever.
Mr. Wilson?
If I could respond to this, Judge, because I was talking directly with this witness on this issue. if
Okay.
you'll allow it.
Well, sure.
I do have information about the comment about the dog from this witness. We were not able to locate the video. I didn't know there was a video of that description until I had that discussion with this witness. The detectives, Shepard, suspected that there was a dog or dogs in the area that may have carried the head out from the wooded area to the street where it was located. That's been his theory since the beginning of the case.
Right, but inferring that from the presence of a dog that Mr. McEachern testified to is different than we recovered some sort of surveillance video that showed it, but then we lost it.
Sure, and that was never intended to be introduced into evidence by the state. That's why it wasn't elicited during direct. We had a video cassette. We had several small mini cassettes. At the beginning, before the case was indicted, those were submitted to a company in DeKalb and were transferred over to a thumb drive, which was submitted in Discovery. And they're labeled as such, converted VHS. It's in Discovery. But that's the only VHS cassette that I've received from APD Annex. The multiple times we've done it, I don't have a VHS cassette.
Okay, hang on. The physical nature of the physical medium in which the state might have it or not have it, I think is less important at this point than does the state have some sort of video that would line up with what this witness is saying he observed, like some digital video recording of that image?
I don't.
Okay. And so the videos that you're saying you were aware of that were reduced by a private company to a flash drive or something and were produced in discovery, what are those?
Those are all statements, witness interviews.
Okay.
Which have been turned over.
Okay.
That's the only VHS cassette that I've seen in this case. A lot of mini cassettes that have also been converted. I only had one VHS cassette.
I appreciate that. Again, I think it would be easy to identify it if it was a VHS, in your possession. But I think more importantly is, does anybody know that such a video ever existed, whether on VHS or anything else?
I did have the documentation of that.
Okay. Here's my snark. Comedy and the chaos. The judge said, if there was a VHS tape, you would know. Yeah, it would be big and bulky and stand out like a sore thumb, not like a little bitty thumb drive these days.
The Detective Calhoun's report, I didn't have documentation of that Detective Shepard's report. And I didn't see any reports that Detective Kelly had written that elicited that information. And of course, all the reports that I have from Detective Kelly appeared to be complete.
Okay.
I had no reason to believe they weren't. But so, like I said, I never intended that this information would come in because I didn't have a way to authenticate it. Other than that, detective testimony, I knew that would have been permissible to listen. He had just testified to it.
Okay.
I never intended for that to come out.
Do you think he's gonna? Do y'all think he might try this other lawyer, Mr. I don't remember what his name is, the defendant lawyer? You think he might say, well, they didn't give us all the information that they had because they lost it?
I think the answer to your first question is, well, actually, to be honest, now that I'm trying to put it in words, I'm not actually sure I'm clear on what the answer is. And that was why I was trying to make the distinction between the VHS and the video.
Yeah, let me explain to you how I see the problem. We have been working on this case, Mr. McDermott in particular, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for Lord knows how many months at this point. He's been in communication with the DA's office. There's been a lot of open file. And yet apparently they're not telling us about evidence that's lost, about videos that are lost, about their second witness on the stand who's saying he was the chief investigator in the case and some percentage of his reports are lost. Either the DA's office says that
Say that. I haven't watched this, guys. I'm impressed with myself, okay?
they were oblivious to all of that, and they learned that the same time I did, or they've known it all along and didn't tell anybody. Meaning you, us, the destruction of evidence, the loss of evidence that may be important, the loss of police reports from witnesses, from a chief investigator from the original crime scene. He says his reports are missing, and nobody's telling us that the witness is just going to, blurt that out on cross-examination for the first time. And, this business about bleach is not in his report. There's references to bleach in the report, but according to the crime lab that we interviewed, it had nothing to do with bleach in the bags. It was bleach that was done by the crime lab to clean the bones.
And that's a matter for cross-examination.
Well, but he's saying he's saying I've got bleach in the bags. There's no report anywhere that says that.
And again, that's a matter for cross-examination unless there is some report that has not been provided to you. But I'm going to ask you to put a pin in that for a moment and revisit this with Mr. Fawcett or Mr. Wilson. I'm still not sure I understand the answer to the question, which is, before Detective Kelly took the stand, did the state have understanding that he believed there were other reports that he had made that were missing, number one, and number two, that he believed there was a video showing what he's described about a dog with a bag in its mouth pulling it into the street, which was containing some body part or other? Two questions. What are the answers to those two questions?
Yes, I was providing that information last week when I spoke with him.
Okay. And what efforts did you take to determine if such evidence did in fact ever exist and or was lost or in your possession?
Well, I went back to the file to see if there were additional reports by Detective Kelly. So the reports from Detective Kelly, I sent him portions from the file that we turned over. I went through our additional discovery. I saw additional reports that were turned over. Similar reports to the first one, they were 1 or 2 pages, so not what he's discussing. But I wasn't able to locate any additional reports by Detective Kelly, and that's been through the several times that I've gone through the discovery.
Okay. Okay, so you were aware that Detective Kelly believed that there were other reports that were not in your file?
That was last week, yes.
Okay, but I understand you only became aware of it last week, but you did become aware of it at some point.
That's correct.
And what about the second question, which is, were you aware that Detective Kelly believed there was some sort of surveillance video that had been recorded at the time that reflected what he's described?
Yeah, that's the same conversation.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you disclose, and I'm I'm not implying here that you were obligated to. We can have that conversation in a moment. My question, though, is did you disclose to the defense at any time that Detective Kelly believed that there were reports that were missing or that he believed there was a surveillance video that was missing?
I did not have that discussion.
Mr. Samuel, I think I've gotten the answer to those questions. What?
I think we have a big uh-oh here.
Go ahead.
Well, I have the same. The first question is, why would you not disclose that to the defense? That we're going to put a witness on the stand who, in essence, is going to ambush you on cross-examination because you think, defense counsel, you have all of his reports. We know you don't. So if you cross-examine him, you're going to find out that he's going to say, oh, that's absolutely true. I have got additional reports. They just were never given to you.
What obligation does he have to disclose to you?
The prosecution has an obligation to report missing evidence, right? A VHS camera. He can't just say, it's missing, so I'm just not going to bother asking questions about it on direct examination and let the defense attorneys walk into a trap where the witness can say, oh yeah, what other videotapes are missing? Do they have a videotape of the crime being committed they haven't told us about that was lost? I mean, this is somewhat not the most important thing in the case, whether the skull was dragged out of the woods or wherever it came from. I'm just very concerned if by witness number 2, we're discovering that the prosecution knows there's missing evidence, missing surveillance cameras, missing police reports. They know that that's true, and they're not even telling us that. It's bad enough that they're missing, which is understandable after 20 years to some extent. It's not understandable why they wouldn't tell us.
So the question then, Mr. Samuel, is what relief would you have the court give you in light of the fact that it wasn't disclosed to you? Is that not something that you can remedy on cross-examination and with this witness and argument?
I have no idea what he's going to say because I don't know, no idea what this witness is going to say that hasn't been disclosed to us. The whole point of discovery in a criminal case is you give us your witness statements. Now it turns out he knows a lot more about this case.
I understand.
Did they know? The
But that wasn't my
prosecution
question.
knows.
My question was, what remedy would you have me fashion to address this issue if I agree with you that this is a problem? Is it
I
go
think-
talk to the detective and figure out what he's going to say before you have to cross-examine him in front of the jury?
I was actually going to suggest that you tell the jury, disregard the witness's statement as of now. At some point later in the trial, if they want to bring him back after disclosing to us the statements he gave to them, that's missing from what they gave to us, if there's something more than the VHS, something more about the bleach, something more about whatever I haven't, stumbled upon yet. When a witness talks to them, that's a witness statement also that hasn't been turned over to us. Not just the witness statement that's lost, but what he told them last week is a witness statement that hasn't been disclosed to us. You can't interview a witness, find out relatively important information and say, I'm not going to put it in writing, so the defense attorney's never going to learn about it.
Understand. Thank you, Mr.
I would ask that the witness you tell the jury not to pay attention to what the witness has testified to, and we'll bring it back later in the trial if appropriate,
Thank you, Mr. Samuel.
after the prosecution does what it's supposed to do.
Mr. Quassett?
Yes, I think I could understand, still wouldn't agree with it, but I could certainly understand Mr. Samuel's position. If we were going to take his, I guess where he's going with it, there's some nefarious intents and bad faith on the part of the prosecution to do that. I will say I am not immune to oversight or overlooking items, but hindsight I would have. But I will say this: I had no intention on intentionally not turning that information over. I didn't think it was of any consequence. I thought at the minimum it would benefit the state for finding that information out on Friday or Thursday before the trial. I did think that was somewhat of an ambush. And again, also at the same time, I would say this. I believe the defense has contacted just about every witness that we've had on the witness list since the beginning of this trial. Detective Kelly's name has been in the discovery since the discovery was turned over. There are 3 total detectives, and I know for a fact they've subpoenaed detectives from the Patton investigation. And so if they had called the Detective Kelly, he would have been willing to speak with them. But to infer that there's some nefarious intent in the process of just simply preparing for trial and interviewing witnesses, I think it's a bit much. At a minimum, at a maximum, I can understand the court we're going to instruct the jury to disregard the last statement, but to instruct the jury to disregard the entirety of his visual observations and testimony about that when he arrives at the scene, I don't believe there's any reason for the court to decide in that manner.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. Let me try that again. Has the defense spoken or attempted to speak to Detective Kelly prior to today?
We have not, Your Honor, and I'm looking for the state's witness list that was sent to us currently because I don't think we were ever given any contact information for him, and he's retired, so usually not kept by the police department.
That the state provided does list Detective Kelly as Detective Dale Kelly, APD.
Okay.
So, that doesn't actually answer my question. Is your answer that you haven't attempted to contact Detective Kelly because you weren't provided contact information and you weren't able to otherwise locate him because he's retired?
That wouldn't be 100% honest, no.
Okay.
If I could say, I'm not sure the blame should be on us.
I'm not implying that I'm blaming you. I'm asking what information did the defense have that they could have exercised in terms, right? I'm just trying to understand the scope of this. It'd be one thing, for example, if y'all had tried to contact the detective and he'd refused to speak with you. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So
I understand that's your question. I'm not quite sure the consequence of it. If we trust the prosecution, that when they give us the reports, we have the reports. If we have to go and consult all 18 of the witnesses on the list now, all 30 of the witnesses last week, and all 150 in the original list, and say what is missing from your police reports, this case wouldn't have been ready to be tried this year.
okay.
But
Thank you, Mr.
understand
Samuel.
your question.
So I still think that the answer to the way to resolve this in the most expeditious manner is for y'all to go into that conference room with Detective Kelly and find out what he's going to say is missing from his report. Because whether or not Mr. Fawcett should have told you is a different matter than whether or not this detective can testify truthfully about what he believes happened in response to questions. Mr. Fawcett is correct that they didn't solicit that testimony. And to the extent that you believe you've not been given complete information, Mr. Fawcett has made representations about what additional information he believes there is. And you can ask Mr. Detective Kelly those questions while we wait and bring the jury back in. I don't think, it's 2:40. I feel like an initial conversation with that detective to find out what else he's going to say and how many reports he thinks are missing. That's a fair conversation for y'all to have before I decide what to do about his testimony, or to simply have him retake the stand and let's continue his cross-examination with you having the benefit of the additional information that he believes is missing. Mr. Fawcett, or Mr. Wilson? I think he was technically your witness, but.
Yes. And so the court's going to go in, will the court allow a recess for them to speak with the witness?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm proposing.
I think that's the way to do it.
Okay. So, Mr. Wilson, if you will go and gather Detective Kelly, and y'all can either discuss it in the lobby or you can go into that conference room in the atrium there, or you can go in that conference room and discuss with him what items he believes are missing or that sort of thing. Thank you. We are in recess until 3 o'clock, or if y'all come back sooner than that or later, tell me.
Oh, I know, right? Okay, so we're going to zoom. And I don't know why this one doesn't pick it up, but we're going to come over here to this one because I don't know what happened to Court TV, but Court TV fell off the map. So they came back. Okay. But we're going to switch over here. We're going to go full screen. It is Lois. I shit. Okay, hang on.
I saw him in the hallway as I was coming in.
Okay, so I don't know what happened with the Court TV stream, but luckily enough, I paid attention and seen that the Law and Crime stream carried on because there was 2 more witnesses before they closed for the day, and Court TV cut off. So that's where we're at. So we're gonna roll now with the Law and Crime video. So this is the next witness. It is. It's clear as mud, Cindy.
In the hallway as I was coming in. Our
Okay.
witness back, please.
He does have a nice ponytail, though, I must say. I mean, you know. Yeah, I don't know why. I was really
Come on back
confused
up
by
to the
that.
stand, ma'am.
Ma'am, see, wait. Hold up. Hold up, y'all. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what happened with the court TV feed, because when they come back, okay, this clock just to be moving, ticking, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
And he explained to me what was in.
Okay. So,
Say about the VH.
Really,
okay, here we go. Yeah, I did, Journey. I just switched it over because, yeah, that was really
Okay.
weird.
Madam Court,
So
you
let's
ready?
pick back. I think the
Okay.
jury's still out and they're still discussing
So
this.
we took a break at
problem.
3:40, so that I'm sorry, 2:40, thank you. So that y'all could go and talk with Detective Kelly. And then after that, let me know what everybody thought in terms of what we need to do. Mr. Samuel, have you had an opportunity to talk to Detective Kelly?
I have, and he answered a couple of questions that were very helpful. And he explained what police reports he thought were missing and described them. He doesn't have anything more to say about the VHS. We're probably going to steer clear of that. We still think it ought to be excluded, that you should tell the jury to disregard that testimony because it's missing evidence. But I'm prepared to go forward. The missing reports deal with the June discovery of evidence, and he explained to me what was in his report, so I'm not walking into any dangerous territory there. And there's an issue about bleach, which is concerning, but we talked about that, and I think we both understand now the bleach issue, which you'll hear when we testify.
On cross.
A little bit of hearsay on both sides with the
Sydney.
bleach, but I think we're in agreement that that's what we're going to do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fawcett, it sounds as if we've resolved this issue for purposes of having Detective Kelly come and retake the stand. It sounds as if the only general editorial I'm being requested or, ruling is to instruct the jury to disregard Detective Kelly's testimony about a VHS or some sort of video. What are your thoughts on that, sir?
I'm not objectionable to that, Judge.
Okay. So what we'll do then is we'll have Detective Kelly return to the stand. I'll have the jury brought back out. When the jury returns, I will instruct them that they are to disregard any testimony from Detective Kelly regarding a surveillance video showing a dog. And then Mr. Samuel can resume his cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm ready for the jury.
Wrong button, Sheila. Okay, zoom. Let's get that jury in there.
Before he does, I'm just going to instruct you that this detective's testimony regarding a surveillance showing a dog, that information, that I am instructing you to disregard that testimony. Do you understand? Any problem with complying with that instruction? Okay, thank you all. Mr. Samuel, you may resume your examination.
Thank you. Detective Kelly, you mentioned on your direct examination something about bleach, and I want to clarify that as well. Am I correct that you don't have any independent knowledge that there was bleach in the bags? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In fact, what you've learned was that the bleach was put on the jawbone and on the skull at the crime lab or at the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So there wasn't bleach in the bags. There was decomposition of
Fluid.
flesh and whatever, but it wasn't bleach that was put in the bag,
No,
correct?
yes, there's an understanding between me and somebody else.
Speak up a little bit for these old ears.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Now, you indicated before that you were missing some police reports, right? Or at least one. And during the break, you and I had a quick conversation, right?
Yes, sir.
And the police report that's missing is the one dealing with the second time you all went out to the scene. The first time is in April, the second time is in June. Is that correct?
Well, I was provided more reports that I did not have or was not given to me at this time. And then the one I'm referring to now is 6/3 of 99.
Right, and that one you don't have and nobody has, but you and I discussed it, so it's as good as if we had a police report, right? Okay, so in June, you go back out there and you're in the same general vicinity or somewhere out there, is that right?
The wooded area,
Wooded area.
Yeah.
You're not on the road anymore.
no, sir.
And now we have black plastic bags, no bleach or anything, but black plastic bags that have different parts of the skeleton, frankly, right?
Of human remains, yes, sir.
Human remains, okay. And you gathered those up and they all get sent to either the medical examiner or the crime lab, correct?
Well, no, I did not gather them. I did
You were
not
present.
touch. I was present when
Yes.
it was being done. The medical examiner's office was there. They took custody of them immediately.
Right, and they've taken me either to the Fulton
Yeah, right.
Medical Examiner or eventually the crime lab, or
Oh.
someone we'll be hearing from later on in this trial.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you actually see where the black bags were found in the wooded area? Were you watching as they were collected, even though you don't put hands on them?
Yes,
Okay. And the people who were putting hands on are
medical examiner,
they wearing gloves?
yes.
I'm sorry, we have a
Medical
problem, double
examiner.
problem, my ears and your soft voice.
Medical examiner and their investigator that was out there.
And they wear gloves, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we're gloving.
Right. And so on these bags, if there's DNA evidence on any of these bags, presumably it's not going to be crime lab people or detectives because you all are too careful about that, right?
They were, I was not touching anything.
Right. You don't touch them and they're wearing gloves like you see the crime lab people on TV always doing. Okay. Now, were these bags buried?
I remember some of them were buried very shallow.
Okay. So just kind of give us an overview. You're in a wooded area that like buried under leaves, or did you have to use shovels to dig dirt out?
I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough. It's 25 years ago.
Yeah.
This is Chief of Security Blanchard.
There were paths through the wooded area. Do you recall that? Okay. Was some of the bags just simply placed on a path?
I don't
Now
recall.
that you're
if they
here,
placed something
Let's
on
lock
the
down that
back or
info.
not.
Okay, well, you wouldn't know.
Track body cams.
Placed is a verb that you wouldn't know, but were they located on the side of the path or right in the path?
I'm gonna say on the side.
Okay, so anybody walking on a path would have seen the bag, presumably.
You would think, yes.
Okay, and it's now June of 1999.
Yes.
And that's the first time, as far as you know, that those bags were ever moved from the path or the side of the path.
Yes.
Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home.
Was there any evidence that you remember, and I know you don't have the report, it's missing, but in your memory, do you remember seeing loose dirt as if other people, the cadaver dogs, were digging up the ground as opposed to the bags being on the
I
surface?
don't recall.
Very good, okay. Those are my questions, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, redirect? Sure. May I call its next witness?
We call Tina Miller.
People who lived here trusted us. And I can't even explain how.
Thank Thank you, ma'am. If you'll come up to the witness stand, and once you get here, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. You may be seated, or you can state this way your name for the court reporter, please.
Tina, Tina, Miller, Miller.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I currently work for the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office
How long have you worked there for?
since 2018.
What did you do before that?
Prior to that, I worked for the Atlanta Police Department. I retired as a lieutenant in 2014.
Were you a certified law enforcement officer while you were working with the city of Atlanta?
That's correct, yes.
Could you kind of tell the jury about go quickly through your career as a law enforcement officer?
Okay. Right out of high school, I went into the United States Army where I was trained as a military police soldier. When I got out, my goal has always been to go into law enforcement. I got that basic training there in the military. When I got out of the Army, I applied to the Atlanta Police Department. I was hired in 1984, started my training with them, and retired in 2014. While at the Atlanta Police Department, I served in Zone 6 as a patrol officer. I was promoted to detective a couple of years later. I was assigned to narcotics, where I spent 5 years working undercover and buying and working drugs in the city of Atlanta. I spent 5 years working fugitive after that. Then I went to the homicide unit, where initially I worked aggravated assaults, and then went on to do adult missing persons in the homicide unit.
And could you describe the duties of an adult missing person? Exactly what you did?
Yes, any adult missing in the city, 17 and older, would come to my desk, and I would follow up on the case, contact the reporting person, and do legwork in an attempt to find the individual. Typically, what I would do is go out to neighborhoods. If they had a substance abuse problem, I would go out to the neighborhoods they were known to frequent and see if I could locate them, get word on the street that their family was missing them. And I had a pretty good success rate with getting them or finding them.
And were you called in to assist on a case of a skull found in April, the end of April of 1999?
Yes, I was.
Could you please tell the jury what the circumstances of that were?
I was working homicide and doing missing persons, and my lieutenant would have me go out on scenes where situations like that, if we had a missing person or we had somebody, we didn't know who they were. And on this particular day, the call came in that Uniform had responded to a call where there was a human skull in the roadway, and went out there with him and Detective Kelly. So I rode with the lieutenant, and we went out and secured the scene and took information and worked the scene.
And where was that located?
On Avon Avenue.
And was that in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, it was.
Fulton County, Georgia?
Yes, it was.
Did you, when you first got to, what do you recall when you first got to the scene?
Obviously, Uniform had responded, and they had blocked off the roadway with crime scene tape. And I remember seeing the skull sitting upright in the roadway with a white stick in front of it, or a painted white piece of wood. And there was a black trash bag, and also various items that had probably come out of the bag or off of the skull in the roadway.
And is it, I know you didn't do it, but is it important to document the crime scene using photographs?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked in States Exhibit 21 and 22. I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
What are they?
They are crime scene photographs of extremities in a black trash bag that were found by me later when we went back out to the scene to search for additional remains.
And are those accurate, true and accurate depictions of the scene?
Yes, they are.
Or at this time, I'd ask the 21 and 22 gave me evidence.
Mr. McDermott?
Objection.
Okay. 21 and 22 are admitted.
Now let's go back to the 29th of April. I'm going to show you what's been previously entered as State's Exhibit number 3.
Do you mean the 28th of April or 29th?
29th of April, 2000.
Is that the initial call?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now you can see on the, you can look on the screen. And that State's Exhibit 3 is that shows, that depicts the scene at Avon Avenue.
Yes, it does.
Could you kind of point out to the jury what significant things are on the street?
Am I pointing up here?
Yes, actually, that's probably a good idea. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to leave the stand to help?
Sure, just a reminder to speak up so that the court reporter and the rest of the courtroom can hear
Okay.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Here we have the skull, which is now sitting upright with the white board in front of it. Here's the black trash bag, and these are items that either came out of the bag or came off the skull. This skull, it was believed, had been struck out in the roadway.
Did you closely observe that skull?
Yes,
And did there appear to be damage to the bone structure?
yes.
And what damage was there?
I can't recall specifically, but I can't recall specifically. Because there were pieces.
Show you what's been marked as States 4. What does that show?
That shows, again, a different angle of the scene where it's down toward, I believe it's down toward Hartford, looking up Avon Avenue.
And what is significant in that picture as far as this investigation?
Again, you could see the skull, you can see the black trash bag and other miscellaneous like parts that may have been skin or bone.
Let me show you what's been marked as States 5. What does that depict?
Closer photograph.
Show you State 6. Is that a different photograph of the?
Yes, this is more toward the railroad tracks, looking back to your right.
I'll show you what's been marked, or what's been entered, excuse me, in State's Exhibit number 11. And what is that a picture of?
That is the black trash bag.
There's a yellow card that has, for lack of a better term, the number 2 on it. What is
Correct.
that?
That is a marker that was, I believe it was put out by the medical examiner's office to indicate later that they could diagram what was there by the number and reference it later as to what was there.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 15. And that is?
That's the actual skull in the roadway.
And where was that in location to? Are you familiar with the business next or very close to the Action Glass?
Yes,
How far is that away from Action Glass?
not very far. It's, if you walk back on the other, behind, like going to the right here, you would go to the intersection and the glass company is right across the street at that intersection.
And if you observed the skull, was there any decompensation or decomposition
Yes, it was.
about that skull? How would you categorize that?
Advanced decomposition.
As the skull sat there, were you able to make any identifications at all?
Absolutely not.
Could you tell anything about that other than it was a skull?
No, not at all. Not on that particular day, no.
How long were you out at the scene?
Probably a few hours.
And did you do anything else at that scene on that day?
I assisted with anything that the homicide investigators needed to be done, and I also assisted Mary Beth Hoptel in photographing by just showing her, pointing out different items in the roadway that may be related to the skull.
But she actually took pictures,
Absolutely.
not you.
No, I did not.
What else did you do that day?
I believe that was it.
Okay. Were you out there on a different, well, did you do any, what work did you do on that case starting that day?
Well, initially, the case was handled by a homicide investigator. And once the medical examiner's office collected the remains, because basically they handle remains or a decedent on the scene. And I was in communication with them and assisting the homicide detective in trying to find out who this individual was.
Was it important to find other parts of the individual?
Yes.
And had you been able to do that yet?
No, not at that time, not that day, no.
Okay. So what's the next significant day that occurs in your investigation?
The next time was probably, I think, June 3rd of 99. Initially, there was some question that particular head belonged to an individual that was not in the Atlanta area. The investigators were able to determine that head did not belong to the individual in Middle Georgia. They found all of their remains. And it was determined by dental that our skull did not go with that body. And so my supervisor suggested that I get a cadaver dog, and a cadaver dog is trained to sniff for human remains and go back out there, which we did.
Who all went out there with you that day?
The medical examiners had sent investigators out, and also the homicide unit was out there. And because the area we were going to check was railroad property, we had 2 railroad detectives as well assisting us.
And you remember what side of the street the skull was found on?
Correct.
Was that where you were searching?
We were searching, there's a wooded area which would be across from the skull, and we were searching the other side of that as well as that wooded area.
And were you able to find anything?
No.
How long were you out there searching?
Probably all morning.
And you were using a cadaver dog?
Yes, we were.
And there was, how many people do you think there was approximately?
Maybe 8.
How long did you stay searching at that?
They stayed for several hours and then another call came up. And when the other homicide call came up, they all left to go handle that call. And me, the dog handler, and the 2 railroad policemen stayed.
And what happened next?
We were standing there discussing, you know, kind of what to do next or further options. And a gentleman that owned the garage on the corner came out and he said, you might want to check the wooded area behind my shop. He said, people use that as a cut through and there's people back there doing drugs and you might want to check that. And we did.
And what did you find?
The railroad policeman didn't go with us, but me and the dog handler entered the wooded area and there was kind of a path. So we're kind of walking through the path and I'm following the dog and the dog kept going and I noticed off to the side a black trash bag and I picked up the trash bag and it was rather heavy. I opened the trash bag and an item of clothing fell out. And it looked kind of moldy and off-colored. Well, there was another bag inside that was also it was heavy. And so I pulled it open, and when I pulled it open, I saw flesh. And I pulled it open a little more, and I saw the beginnings of toes on a foot. And at that point, I realized we'd found additional human remains, and I believe that to be a female foot.
Okay, who all was out there at that point?
Me and the dog handler.
And then what did you do next?
At this point, the dog had gone ahead of me and the dog went around to an area kind of behind where I was and found the leg and thigh that was in that photograph.
Okay, and let me go ahead and have you take a look at States 21. And what is States 21 describe?
That is the thigh, lower leg bone that the dog hit on. Or
Was
lower
that originally in a bag?
I believe so, but not when we found it.
Okay.
Because there's a trash bag that was nearby.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 22. Could you describe it? And what is that?
That is a black trash bag.
And was there anything inside of that?
Now, I can't tell from that photograph if that's the one that was next to the thigh and lower leg bone, or if that was another one.
How many trash bags did you find out at that scene?
I actually just dealt individually with the 2, but other bags were recovered. Once I found realized what we had, I immediately contacted my supervisor in homicide to let them know we had additional remains and they needed to return to where I was, my location.
Now let me ask you this: how far were those bags from where the skull was initially discovered?
Not very far. The street ran in front of the little junkyard car repair place. This was directly behind it, so not even a block.
And how long did you stay on the scene for that?
Several hours, because the medical examiner's office came out. We, searched that area and found the additional bags, and then they collected them. After they documented where they were, photographed them, then they collected them.
And there's a business Action Glass.
Yes,
How far was Action Glass from the discovery of the additional evidence on the first video?
right across the street.
So within,
50 feet, if that far.
what did you do next?
On that particular day, again, the remains were collected by the medical examiner's office, and they were taken to the medical examiner's office for the examination. And I assisted the homicide guys with whatever. I had gone back and I checked again for my records, and I did not have a missing person fitting any description in that area.
So what did you do next on this case?
Again, just assisted the. You want me to fast forward?
Sure.
Okay, I was promoted out of homicide, and well, before then, I worked with the medical examiner's office and trying to find out, you know, did we have a white male, black male, male, female? What did we have with the skull? And the people, the individuals at the medical examiner's office determined that the skull belonged to a white male. I didn't agree with that, but they were the experts. And so it was listed on the system as a white male. And what we did was we put the individual, we put the skull for sure, and we had to do them separately because at this point we didn't know they were the same person. I put the individual on GCIC, which is the Georgia Crime Information Network, and then there's the NCIC, which is the national database. And in a perfect world, that is set up so that when we put that information in, if there's a missing person that fits that description, as limited as we have, we would get a hit on it. And it would say, hey, look at this person. This may be who this is. That did not happen.
Okay. May I just have a moment?
Yes.
What else did you have to do with this case?
Again, I met regularly with Dr. Terry and talked to her about the case.
Who's Dr. Terry?
She's, at the time, she was a medical examiner working out of Fulton County. She's a forensic pathologist that was looking, at the time, we were working together looking at the unidentifieds that she had in her office and the missing persons I had in my office. And we were comparing notes, trying to get our individuals identified.
Okay, but as far as the scene and everything, that completed your work on this case?
Yes, that completed my work.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
Your Honor, I hate to do this, but I've just received, literally just now, about 70 or 80 new photos of this particular crime scene with bags. And I would ask the court to have a brief recess to be able to line some of these new photos up, choose a few to talk to her about this.
Okay.
Cross.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step out for just a moment while we get ready
How?
to examine this witness further.
How did he just now receive all those photos? Excuse me.
It is.
Whoa, where did she pop up out of? Boy, she just jumped up in front of that camera like, I don't know.
Anything you need from me while you...
Okay. All right, let's zoom. Luxury of zoom. Okay, so he got you, y'all. I know y'all can probably hear all the. We killing zombies in the background, guys. Y'all see, we got zombies. We're taking them all out.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to crossing this. Yeah, they did. That's what, during all that argument, they're holding evidence and a VHS tape that probably doesn't even work anymore.
Come on back up to the stand, ma'am.
Me too, TCN. I have no clue. I don't know, and I've researched
As
and
you're
researched, and
returning to the
I
stand,
can't
just
find
since
the
we took a break,
information.
I'll
So
just
if you
remind
find
that
it,
when
you let me
began
know.
Testifying, you were sworn in and that you continue to be under oath. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. McDermott, you may begin your examination.
Ms. Miller, first of all, there's a T.R. Miller in several of the reports. Is that you also?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, thank you. You were called out. Were you called out with the group on June 3rd? And that was when the parts were first discovered.
Yes,
Okay. And there was a second group that went out on the 4th. Were you also part of that group?
morning. We're talking about June.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I think that was just one day that we were out there,
That you went out.
that we went out.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. You only remember going out one day.
There was the day where we found the remains, and we may have gone back another time and did a grid search.
Okay. That would have been like weeks later or several days later?
I can't recall. I
That's
can't
fine.
recall.
You mentioned a search that was done in conjunction with the railroad police.
That's correct.
That would have been across the street from Action Glass and the other businesses, right?
That's correct.
And nothing was recovered from that search?
No, it wasn't. The dog, one of the employees from the medical examiner's office was concerned about a black bag that was over there that the dog kind of looked at, urinated on, and kept walking. And turns out there was a dead dog in the bag. So, so the dog was justified in passing it by.
Was that an active rail line at the time?
I believe it was.
So I want to show you a couple of more of the photos that were taken from the day the remains were found. If I want to show that to her, I want to share my screen now.
If you need her to identify it before you, in order to lay a foundation to have it admitted, you really need to show her in physical form if you are able.
Don't have that.
It is, perhaps you could show it to her on your
On my computer.
screen.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It is possible to only broadcast to one screen, but it's exceedingly difficult. Yes, sir. Granted.
I want to show her all four that I have.
Go ahead.
Do you remember, does this ring or look familiar?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We have one computer.
No, I understand.
Yes. 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 Yes.
So for the record, I've shown you 5 photographs.
Yes.
And those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate representations of what you observed the day that you were on the scene
Yes.
on June 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
I'm going to let you
All right,
publish them, but can you give me a designation for our
These
record?
would be defense 1 through 5.
Okay.
And
And
move those to evidence, please.
defense exhibits 1 through 5. Mr. Wilson, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 5 from the defense are admitted and you may publish.
Thank you. I hope this works. I hope this works.
Okay, I do not know what they're going to show, so trigger warning. Trigger warning.
Whoops.
Are we having technical difficulties again? Like I said, we all need a technician for all courts. And let a technician take care of all digital, all this technology. It should be made a position in all courts, in my opinion. I mean, we're sitting here screwing with technology. An update. Okay, update being installed. She has a plane to catch. So be a little slower, but I'll go one at a time. Okay. Oh.
Lower leg bone was.
Okay. Does that appear to be in a, what you described earlier as a kind of a walking path or a cut through?
That's actually, the walking path is further over to like the upper part of the screen. This was a lower area closer to the street.
Okay, so that was close to the street or closer to the street?
Closer to the street.
Okay. All right. And is this the same item
Yes, it is.
from a different perspective? Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right.
For record purposes, was that D1 and D2?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now displaying D3. And can you explain what we're looking at here?
It looks like one of the black trash bags.
And is that in kind of a clearing
Uh,
or a little path? A little
It looks
path?
like it may be off the path.
Okay. Is it visible from the path?
I don't recall. I don't know where the photographer was standing in relation, if he was on the path or she was on the path.
Okay. And what are we looking at here? Defense 4.
Another trash bag.
And can you remember or recall the general location of this as to where you were looking?
No, not without looking at a diagram.
Okay. And final one, Defense 5. What are we looking at here?
Again, that looks like trash bags, and if I'm seeing this correctly, that looks like the thigh and lower leg bone over to where the number 2 is.
Okay. And again, the same difficulty with the location.
No, it's going to be, if that's the leg bone, that's going to be on that further side.
Okay. Further side meaning from Avon Avenue back further behind the business.
If you come in off Hartford,
Okay.
this would be to the right more so than where the foot was that I recovered.
Okay.
This
I
would
see.
be off to the right. It
Is it-
appeared at the time that perhaps an animal had tore open that bag and it was off to a right, more toward the street.
This one, this bag here?
Correct. Again, if I'm seeing that correctly, and that is the thigh, there was a bag nearby that thigh.
Is it fair to say that this is not stuffed back in the brush?
No, this was the thigh, and the lower leg was pulled out from the brush.
Well, did you see it pulled out?
No, it was found
right there.
Right, it was found not in a bag anymore.
Okay,
with
but
a
in that
bag nearby.
location.
Yes,
Okay. And as it is in that location, it's not shoved up in the brush or anything.
no, it appeared to have been pulled out of the brush. It was more in a clearing area.
Thank you. You said one of your jobs was to point out items that may have been associated with the skull in the road. This is, of course, going back to April 29th. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
And did you find any other items?
Just the pieces that appeared to have either come out of the bag or off the skull.
And some of those were far down the road, correct?
They were a little further down, not too far, but further down.
And is that what you were referring to when you said it looked like it had been possibly hit by a vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you. Very briefly.
That's fine. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I've shown you a picture of exhibit number 2. Do you recognize that, what that is?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
That's the area, and it's an overview of the area where the skull and the additional remains were found.
And is that an accurate description of how the streets and how that part of the town looked?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that states number 2 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 2 is admitted.
I'd go ahead and publish that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Can you step off of the stand and point to where the skull was?
Okay. Your Honor.
Or actually, first,
Okay.
before you do
Yes.
that, can you just describe what that is for the jury?
It's an overview of that neighborhood. It's a little different now than it did back then, obviously. The skull would have been found in this area, right here, right in here. This was at the time, I don't know if it was a junkyard or a mechanic shop. There was a gentleman that either owned that or worked there that was the one that referred us back here. And this is Hartford Avenue. This is the glass company, and the train tracks were back here on the other side of this grassy area, or not grassy, but with the vegetation.
And when you described that you were searching on the 6th or in June.
Okay.
What area did you first focus on?
When we went out there with the cadaver dog, it was this area. We went further down and started at the end where the tree started and came down. And once the additional call came up where everybody kind of left because we had not found anything, we were standing at this intersection, the dog handler and the 2 railroad policemen, when the gentleman came out and he told us about coming back here. I believe this may be a more modern picture because there were no houses. The houses were down here at that time.
And that's where you found the remains.
Correct.
You can have a seat. Thank you.
That was a different view.
Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Could you describe it?
They're black trash bags that are in the wooded area.
And I'm also going to show you it's been marked as state 65. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is
It's another black trash bag in the wooded area.
it? And are those fair and accurate representations of how you found things?
Yes, yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask states 64 and 65 be entered in or admitted into evidence.
Mr. McDermott,
No objection.
64 and 65 are admitted.
Thank you. And I'd like permission to publish these.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, as you can see on there, where was this found?
It was in that wooded area.
Was that off the path? Or when you answered earlier questions about being on the path or off the path? Do you recall where this was found?
This was off the path.
Do you recall what were in those bags?
No, I don't.
But those are relevant?
No, there were remains in the bags that were collected by the medical examiner's office.
But that's how they were found.
Correct.
Show you states 65. Okay. And what is that
That's
picture describe?
another bag that was in that area, and I'm not sure if that's the bag that had the foot in it, because I really can't tell. If I got up and look closer, maybe. I can't tell, but there were remains in the bag.
Would you like to take a closer look at it?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to
Okay.
tell.
And where was that bag?
Again, in the wooded area.
The same general area?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any questions on those questions, Mr. McDermott?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls the China Patton.
Okay, we have a blank chair, guys. And I believe this is,
The county, where are you from? Ms. Patton, good afternoon.
I got to rewind
State
because
and
I need
spell
to,
your name for my record,
I
please.
didn't get her name.
It's Tina Mae Patton, P-A-T-T.
Okay. Okay, y'all do realize who this is. I need to write down her name. And she goes by Tina, not Tina. This is Melissa's mother, the deceased lady's mother. So I am very interested in what she has to say. So let's roll with this and let me mute my zombies in the background.
Ms. Patton, good afternoon.
Hey,
All right. Can you tell the court what part of the county, where are you from?
I'm from Henry County.
All right. And are you familiar with the name Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
All right. How do you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
She's my sister.
Okay. Do you have any other siblings?
I'm
No,
sorry,
just her.
sister.
All right. And
Sister, sorry.
is that your biological sister?
Yes.
Can you talk about where you and your sister Melissa Wolfenbarger grew up?
Well, part of my life, we were in Ellenwood, Forest Park area. And then the other part, most of the time when Melissa was in school, we were in Stockbridge or McDonough, Locust Grove.
Okay. How many years did you live in the same household with Melissa?
Until I was 18 when I left.
Okay. And are you the same age as Melissa, or you guys different ages?
No, she's younger. There's
Okay.
7 years in between me and Melissa.
All right. And who lived with you and Melissa in your residence growing up?
It was me, Melissa, my dad, well, our dad, and our mom. And for a little while, our granddad on my dad's side, Papa.
Okay. And what is your mother's name?
Norma.
And what's her last name?
Patton.
And what is your father's name?
Carl Patton.
Okay. And were your mother and father together throughout your childhood?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I did want to take a moment to pause and say, if you look at the little picture I have of Melissa here in the corner and the lady on the stand, I think would she go by Tina? They do favor each other. I bet you this is really hard for her to sit up here and do this testimony knowing her father is in prison for life and her sister is deceased and going through a trial of this magnitude. I huge hugs to this lady.
And what type of relationship did you have with your sister growing up?
Well, there were 7 years between us. So we were doing different things at different ages. I mean, there were 7 years between us. So when I was 7 and was out playing and stuff, she was a baby. So we wasn't that close. I mean, we lived in the same house and we played outside and stuff, but we wouldn't like 1 year between us, that kind of close.
Okay. And do you live with anyone now?
Just my husband.
Okay. Now, you said that you lived in the same household with Melissa until about 18. Is that correct?
I was 18 when I left.
And what did you do? What did you do, and where did you go when you left the residence?
Well, at 18 when I left, I was in Stockbridge probably for about a year with my dad's Aunt Marie with her daughter, Elaine. I lived with her for a while. And then after that, I ended up in Las Vegas, actually, Nevada. I had my son out there.
All right. And when you make your way back to the Georgia area?
When my daughter was, let's see, she was born in 90. So probably about February of 91, we came back to Atlanta. Well, I came back to Atlanta with both my kids.
All right. So it's February 91. You left at 18. Roughly how many years has passes between those two events?
3 years.
All right. During that period, did you keep in contact with your family members?
Yeah. Melissa came to Tucson, Arizona and lived with me for a little while.
Okay. All right.
Before I had Kimberly.
All right. That would have been during that 3 year period?
Mm-hmm.
So from, say, 18, 19 to mid-20s? Mm-hmm. All right. And so when you came back, did you live by yourself or live with someone else?
No, I went back to Mom and Dad's house.
All right.
And Melissa was still at home.
All right. And so you're about, say, mid-20s during that period?
2021.
All right. How long did you stay at the residence with Melissa and your mother and father?
I stayed there pretty much until probably late 94, probably when I left again.
Okay.
But I'm thinking about 95 because 95 was when I got married to my first husband, David. And that was in early 95 though.
Okay. How long? It's okay. All right.
So it was probably about October or so of 94, I guess,
all right,
when I left.
Were you employed and working anywhere during?
I wasn't working. I was pregnant at that time.
Okay. And at some point, did you start working?
When I went back home.
And where did you start working?
A Waffle House.
All right.
again.
All right. How many years did you work at Waffle House?
Off and on for about 20.
Okay. And during that period, while you've been employed at Waffle House, up until the time that she disappeared, did you keep in contact with Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Not, I was kind of mad at my parents. Well, more mad at my mom. I was upset with my mom. So I really didn't call home much, but all of a sudden one day somebody comes up to me at Waffle House and says, guess who you're going to be training tonight? And I'm like, who? They said, your sister. And I'm like, what? And she was married then. She was already married to Chris.
Okay. And what year was that, if you can recall?
97.
Okay.
Yeah, 97.
So that was roughly the year before she disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what type of work would Melissa do at Waffle House?
Well, she worked third shift with me. She was a server.
Okay. You recall how long she worked at that location? And what location was that, if I didn't ask you that?
It was close to the airport, Virginia Avenue, next to where Spondivus is. So the corner of Virginia Avenue and Bobby Brown.
All right. So roughly about 3 months, do you recall the time period?
Probably about 6 months because she had gotten her vacation pay. And Waffle House, she get a vacation check every 6 months.
Okay. All right. Are you familiar with Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
How do you know Christopher Wolfenbarger?
He was married to my sister.
Do you recall at what point?
I have to say, I haven't watched this, but man, did her emotions and attitude change when he asked that question. I'm back it up just a second because, man, that was a total change of attitude.
Are you familiar with Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
How do you know Christopher Wolfenbarger?
He was married to my sister.
Do you recall at what point in your life you met Christopher?
Yep. It was 95 when I got married.
All right.
The day I got married actually was the first time I ever met him.
And were the defendant and your sister in a relationship at that time when you met him? Okay. And do you recall how long they were in a relationship when you first met him?
No, because, well, it had been a while, I guess, because when she came to work with me at the Waffle House, they were already married.
All right. How many?
It was 95 when I first met him, January.
95. And do you recall how much time passed between you first meeting him to when they got married?
Probably about not too long. I think it was only a month or two.
Okay. Did your sister and the defendant have any children?
Yes, they had two.
Do you recall their names?
Christina and Joey.
All right. Did you get an opportunity to spend time with them as they were growing up?
No, because I was working all the time.
All right. Prior to the defendant and your sister getting married, how much time would you say you had a chance to spend around him?
None.
Okay.
None.
After they got married, how much time would you say you had an opportunity to spend around the defendant and or your sister?
I spent more time with her than I did him.
Okay.
The only time I ever saw him was when he would come over there to the Waffle House to drop her off or pick her up.
All right. If you saw him in court today, do you think you could recognize him?
Oh, I know his face very well.
Okay. If you could point to
He's
Christopher Wolfenbarger.
Right there, black hair and the gray suit.
Okay. Thank you.
If you would, ma'am, sorry, but for my court reporter, if you'll, you're fine so far. You don't need to repeat
Okay.
anything. But if you'll let the lawyers finish their questions all the
Oh,
way
sorry.
before you start to answer. Thank you.
Got it.
Go ahead.
Your testimony was that Christopher Wolfenbarger would visit the Waffle House,
Mhm.
Virginia Avenue near Spondivus.
Yes, sir.
How many times do you recall him doing that?
All the time. Every time she had to work.
And what would you see him doing during that period?
Most of the time, just watching what she was doing.
And you familiar with the name Troy McClendon?
Yes.
Who is Troy McClendon?
Troy was my boyfriend at the time when I worked at that Waffle House with Melissa.
All right. And did you ever see Troy at the Waffle House?
Every day. He worked the same shift that me and Melissa worked, third
Okay.
shift.
Can you tell the jury if Troy was ever at the Waffle House at the same time that Christopher Wolfenbarger was at the Waffle House?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall a confrontation between Troy McClendon and Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I do.
Now, without repeating anything that you that anyone else said during that encounter, can you tell us what you observed happen?
Melissa was running late this time. She was running late getting there, and I was standing in the back by the office door, just looking out front, watching what was going on, because it wasn't time for me to go out front yet. The manager was counting the money for us to take out, and Melissa came in. She came through the swinging door at the back where I was, and I looked at her, and she had tears in her eyes, and her nose was red, her eyes were red, because that's always how she got when she was crying. We all do when we're crying, and everybody in my family anyway. And I noticed that she had like red marks around her throat, and I said, Melissa, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Wait a minute. Is that a handprint around your throat? And she just looked at me and her eyes filled with tears. And I said, did Chris do that to you? And she just looked at me. She didn't really say nothing. And then I just turned and was going to go out the door. I was going to go say something to Chris.
Okay. Did you?
She wouldn't let me. She stopped me. She said, you'll make it worse.
Can you tell the jury what happened after that?
I went out front. Troy evidently heard me in the back room saying something to Melissa. So he was coming towards the swinging door when I was going out it. He said, what's going on? I said, he hit my sister again.
What happened after that?
Troy went over there and confronted him and hit him. And he just looked out the window.
I'm sorry?
Chris just looked out the window.
Okay. How long did that continue?
Not long, because one of the other employees came and grabbed Troy and pulled him away and got Chris out the door.
Okay. Now, what period of time, if we're trying to orient you started, I think you said during that 6-month period during 1998.
Sorry.
Okay. So if we're looking at that beginning of 1998 period, can you tell the jury as best you can, when did that happen?
That was more towards the end of 97.
Okay. Now, is that the only confrontation with Christopher Wolfenbarger that you can tell this jury about?
And that's the only one with Troy.
Okay. Did you end up having another confrontation with Christopher Wolfenbarger?
I did.
All right. Can you tell the jury how that happened?
Melissa, they come and stay with me for probably about.
Okay, deep breath and everything, guys. Stretch break, and zombies being pew-pewed in the background. You know, I was just thinking to myself, and I wanted to say it out loud. This woman, Melissa Hart, has been through so much trauma with, they do look very shady. But this woman, with her dad doing what he did and is in prison for life, and then this done with her sister, she's a very strong woman to sit there and be able to do this. So I want to commend her for that. I know she'll never see this or probably never know, but She's a very strong woman, and I commend her for that.
A week. It was supposed to have been longer than that. So we would sit up at night talking about stuff, and then all of a sudden she decided she wanted to go home because the kids. So I took her home, and she was getting out of the car, and I was getting out with her, and I was going to hug her to tell her goodbye. And he came out of the house, Chris, and was coming down the steps, and he called me a bad name. He called me a B. And I started going up the steps. He said, if you put your hands on my sister again.
Y'all see that again? Somebody needs to get this man in check, okay? Because I just seen it again. While she's talking and saying what's going on, he's over there shaking his head no. The state needs to be able to see that and have the judge tell him, calm your shit. None of this head nodding and no.
And
Listen.
I started going up the steps. He said, if you put your hands on my sister again, I will beat your butt. And she grabbed my arm and said, Tina Mae, shush. You're going to make it worse. She always said I would make it worse.
Okay. Anything happen after that?
No.
Okay.
She quit after that.
And around what time period was that?
That was within a month after the confrontation with Troy. So about a month.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention back to at the time that you were working at Waffle House with your sister. Can you tell the jury if anything you can recall about what the defendant told you that might have been a cause for concern with you, especially considering the disappearance of your sister?
As far as what she said?
Did you have any conversations with the defendant, or did you overhear the defendant make any statements about anything in particular that was of concern for you?
Yeah, we were sitting having breakfast one morning, me, Melissa, Chris, Troy, and there was another waitress sitting there, Diane. She was a friend of mine. She'd been working with me for a while, and we were all sitting there eating breakfast, just having a conversation, talking about whatever. And then all of a sudden, Chris pops off with, well, I know how to get rid of a body if I need to. And me, Diane, and Troy looked at each other like, what? Because we were just talking nonsense about silly little stuff or about the news of the day or whatever, just cutting up laughing. And then all of a sudden, this comment comes out of his mouth.
Okay. And your testimony is you don't recall the context or what happened or what was said before that.
Well, that was the thing. It wasn't like we were talking about being mean to somebody or killing people or nothing. We were just sitting there cutting up about little silly stuff. And then all of a sudden this comment comes out. And we're all like shocked because it's like, where did this comment come from? Why would he say something like that?
Okay. At any point, did you ask the defendant about that statement?
Oh, no.
Okay. Do you recall if anybody else asked him about it and if there was a response from him regarding that?
No, nobody said nothing. Everybody was just surprised, shocked.
Okay. Now, if Melissa stopped working, you said after that 6-month period at Waffle House, did you see her again after that?
In March, for
Okay.
my birthday.
All right. And what year of March was that?
98.
Okay. All right. So, and would that have been the same time that she would have ended her tenure at the Virginia Highland Waffle House?
I didn't know that she was working at that one because when I saw her that night, she told me she was working at Doryville.
Oh, okay. All right. But was that after she had left the location she was working with you? I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He said Virginia Highland.
Gotcha.
We were on Virginia Avenue.
One moment, Judge. Let me turn your attention back to that. You were talking about a period of time when Melissa and the defendant were, when you came back, they were in a relationship, but it was before they were married.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to give a verbal answer. So was that it? That was a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. So do you recall when Melissa left the residence?
That I don't.
Okay.
That I don't. I don't know when she actually left from home. I know in 95, when I got married in January, she was still at home, but they were dating at that time.
All right. Now, have you, let me ask you this. When was the first time that you had a concern about the whereabouts of your sister, Melissa?
When my dad walked into the Waffle House in February of 99 and asked me where my sister was.
Okay. Why was that a concern for you?
Because Mom, it was right after Mom's birthday. Mom's birthday is February 24th. If my sister didn't go see my mom, call my mom, or send her a card for my birthday, then something was wrong. Because Melissa always called Mom or got in touch with Mom or something on her birthday. Always. She never forgot Mom's birthday. I did. But she always remembered Mom's birthday.
Okay. And so this is February of 99. After he comes into the restaurant, what do you do after that?
Nothing. I just was like, I was surprised. I remember I called my grandmother and asked her why Dad was looking for Melissa. Because at the time he came in, it was lunchtime, so I was kind of busy. So I couldn't really sit down and talk to him and have a long conversation about what was going on. He just came in and said, "Where's your sister?" And I was like, "I don't know, why?" He said, "Well, I went to go look for her and I can't find her nowhere. Nobody knows where she is." I said, "Well, Dad, she doesn't work."
Just a moment, ma'am. Just what's that?
I can move on with the additional questions.
And just as a reminder, ma'am, we generally, unless we're asking you to not necessarily tell us what other people told you, unless we specifically ask you about that, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bissett.
At any point, do you make any efforts to locate Melissa?
Well, I knew that they were looking, so I myself didn't.
And when you say they, who are you referring to?
Mom and Dad.
All right. And specifically, did you make any attempts to reach out to law enforcement or anything of that nature?
I did, but it wasn't until 2015.
Okay. And how did you go about that process of reaching out to law enforcement in 2015?
Well, the thing is, in 2015, there was a lot of the ID discovery shows. I kind of got addicted to them, and we already knew by then that Melissa had passed. So I kind of got angry, and that's when I really started trying to reach out to them and push.
Okay, so these are shows where crimes are being solved?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, so you started trying to reach out. Who you started trying to reach out to?
City of Atlanta, or anybody that would listen. Nobody wanted to really talk.
All right. And are you aware of any any investigator was working on that case at that time?
It was Calhoun at that time.
All right. How did you come to find out about the particular officer involved?
Actually, Calhoun, we had already talked to him before that. It was, I think, 2003, I think it was, when we talked to him.
Okay. And 2003, was there anything else of significance that happened in 2003?
That was when we found out that she was dead.
Okay. Well, anything prior to that?
That was the same time that my dad was arrested.
All right. And what was he arrested for?
Murder.
All right. And so does your dad's arrest for murder, does that happen before or after you find out that Melissa was the identity of the remains?
Actually, it was the same time
Okay.
that I was notified.
I see. Okay. But do you recall that as being the same year?
Yeah.
2003?
Same year, same day.
All right. And from that 2015 period up to.
Sorry, I was chewing ice. This woman on the same day, was told her dad was a murderer and her sister was murdered. And they've discovered her body. Bless her heart.
I guess the point that we are now, did you make any additional attempts to contact law
Oh,
enforcement?
yeah. I
And
tried.
who did you contact and how many times did you try to do that?
Every time, well, 2015 was when I decided I was going to get the folder, the file on Melissa.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was trying to get the file on Melissa,
Okay.
on the case. I had problems getting it. I filed the Open Records Act probably 3 times. And they kept sending me emails back saying, no, they couldn't find the file. There wasn't a file.
Okay. And how many times did you attempt to do that?
That was 3 times then.
And in what age? You said Atlanta Police Department you were to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Sorry.
All right. Did you do anything else besides that? Try to get the open records request?
Yes. After the 3rd time, I had come down here the 3rd time in person and filed it. I'd already talked to somebody with Henry County Sheriff's Department that came to the restaurant where I ate at. And he said, well, if there's a file. Okay.
You can't say what someone else said.
He just gave me a suggestion about what to do about the file.
All right.
I'm going to object to relevance, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you reach out to anyone that wasn't with law enforcement?
Yes.
And
Well, no, she's really with law enforcement.
okay. All right. And did you continue to do that throughout that period of 2015?
Anybody who would listen to the story I told.
Did you conduct any interviews with any reporters or anything related to this story?
Of course.
Okay. And what was the point or purpose of you doing that?
Getting Melissa's story told.
And why were you trying to do that?
Because we wanted answers about her murder. We wanted an arrest.
Okay. Now, did you and Melissa have any conflict as you were growing up?
Of course. I mean, we were sisters.
Okay.
There's always some kind of conflict.
All right.
Nothing life-changing.
And the 2 instances where you were testifying as to the encounter that you had with the defendant at Waffle House and then at the residence, is that the only encounter that you had with this defendant?
Yeah.
All right. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
You've spoken to the press and media a lot of times, haven't you?
Of course.
One of the things you've said is you've described how you and Melissa are kind of polar opposites.
Yes,
Uh,
were.
She was a quiet, shy,
Mm-hmm.
Reserved,
Yes.
and you are not quiet, shy.
Right. No, not at all. I'm
You
pretty
describe yourself
outspoken.
a little bit more rebellious
Yes.
when you were younger. Did you
Yes.
describe a period earlier that you had left for a couple of years and didn't talk to your mom?
Yes.
And you previously told detectives that you couldn't talk to your mother. You just didn't get along with her.
I didn't get along with her for quite a while.
Okay. You described yourself as a daddy's girl
I was.
and Melissa as a mama's girl.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Now let's just talk about this briefly. You've been in a little bit of trouble yourself too, haven't you?
Yes.
You were most recently convicted for possession of methamphetamines. Is that correct? That was in 2021.
Yes.
And did you have a similar charge in 2020?
Okay, he's not really going here, is he? He wants to bring up her crimes. Her crimes have nothing to do with any of this. He's trying to discredit her testimony. I do not like this. I do not like this. Okay, inhale, exhale.
22 or 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have previous drug charges before that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun that Christopher worked for your dad at one time?
He did.
Would that have been a very
Very short time.
it was a very short time, but it was very early in their relationship,
Yes.
wasn't it? What did you say, like 95 or so?
No, probably before that.
Okay. And what did Christopher do for you?
Well, my dad was a roofer. He
Okay.
had a roofing company. So,
He spent a good bit of time up on the roof then, didn't he?
yeah.
So Christopher worked with Carl Pack. Okay. This is something interesting I need to write down. They worked together.
Christopher would have been there with him.
Yeah.
And so Christopher would have spent a good bit of time with your dad at that time,
Probably.
for however long it lasted.
Yeah.
Okay.
But a lot of times dad would go to other job sites and stuff too.
Now, you just described that you didn't know to be worried about Melissa until your dad came into the Waffle House where you worked.
Yes, sir.
And you said that was in February of 99.
Yes.
And that would have been right after your mother's birthday. Is that correct?
Right.
And did your mom and dad come up there together?
No, it was just dad.
Just your dad. And that's when he asked you about where's your sister?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, sir.
she didn't call it Christmas.
Right.
And she didn't call for your mom's birthday.
Right.
And that's when you said, wait a minute, something's wrong.
Right.
And what did you do after that?
I waited to see if mom and dad would find her because that's what they were going to do. They were going to look for her. I was working night shift. It was hard for me to look for her.
And it was hard for you to look for her. And how long was it before you actually did start to look for her?
I couldn't look for him by the time 2003 came around and we found out she was dead. It wasn't until later that I started trying to do something.
I see. Do you remember saying to Detective Calhoun that after Carl came up to look for you at your old Waffle House, you went up to Brookline?
No.
If I
That
showed,
was way before that I went to Brookline.
if I showed you a transcript of your interview with Mr. Calhoun, would that refresh your recollection?
Probably.
Yeah, approach her.
Yes.
Okay. apologies for the small print.
Very small,
I think it's
maybe, but I have glasses on, so it's okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
So does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, it does.
So you did go up to Brookline after your dad came?
Yeah, because Dad wasn't exactly sure. He had a different address for him than where they actually were. I think the address he had for him was Washington Avenue, I think. It wasn't Brookline.
Do you remember also telling Detective Calhoun that when all this stuff first happened, I went up to the West End to Brookline and knocked on the door?
Before what happened?
Those were your words. You talked to an aunt or a cousin there?
Aunt or a cousin? No, I never talked to an aunt or a cousin.
If I showed you a transcript, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah. Where?
No, I presume I don't have to do that.
You do not. Thank you.
I don't remember that. No, I don't remember that.
That doesn't refresh you?
No, I don't remember that.
You deny saying that?
I don't remember saying that.
You deny?
I don't remember. I know that I don't remember ever knocking on a door and a cousin or something like that answering the door.
You remember that house?
I know I went to Brookline after I saw my dad.
Do you remember the house that Christopher and Melissa lived in was a duplex?
Yeah,
And that their relatives lived in this second?
there was a uncle or something that was deaf that lived on one side of Chris and Melissa.
So do you not deny
blind.
making this statement that you talked to somebody at the house?
I don't remember talking to anybody at the house, but I know I went to Brookline, but I don't remember saying to Calhoun that I talked to somebody.
Okay, I just need you to focus on my question.
Mhm.
I know you don't remember now, but I'm asking, do you deny saying it?
Hang on, there's an objection, so
Oh.
just one moment.
The witness has answered the question. He's demanding an acceptance or denial. She simply stated she doesn't recall. So I don't think she's in a position where she's ready to say, I deny it, because she doesn't remember. She doesn't remember.
I'll move on.
Answer the question.
I'll move on.
Mr. McDermott,
I'll move on.
go ahead.
Do you remember Detective Calhoun asking you about your father and could he have had anything to do with Melissa?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember saying, no, he's mellowed out as he got older?
I don't think that was exactly what I said, but I know I told him that there was no way it had anything to do with my dad and that my dad would not do that. Actually, I took offense to it.
Do you remember also telling Calhoun immediately after that you and your sister and your mother were the most important things in his life?
In whose life? My dad's?
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you remember saying that he would kill anybody for you?
For us, yes.
If anybody was messing with you, they were gone?
Yeah.
That was all it was. And do you remember telling Calhoun it didn't matter who it was?
That's true.
Does that sound like a man who had mellowed out?
Yeah, objection. The question initially was speculative in nature, or was asking a speculative question. I think he's coming back to what she thinks her father could or couldn't have done, and I'm objecting to the form of the question.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form of the question. You can rephrase it, sir.
I'll move on, Your Honor. You have stated that through the period that you knew Melissa at the Waffle House and whatnot, that you worked hard to get Melissa away from Christopher.
Yes, I did.
And you said that you didn't like him,
No,
and that nobody in your family liked him.
no, we didn't.
Do you remember saying that to Detective Calhoun?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember telling him, do you remember saying on a podcast that mom and dad don't even know how much I tried to get Melissa away from Chris behind closed door?
Yes, I do.
And you did all that while you were working at Waffle House. And you persuaded her to come live with you for 2 weeks, right?
Right.
And you said just a while ago on direct testimony that you claimed that she left your house because she wanted to go see her kids.
She wanted to go back home to her kids after a week.
After a week. And that's when you took
Must
her,
have been 2 weeks.
and you took her back up to Brookline.
Yeah.
And are you aware that her kids didn't live with her at Brookline?
They were always there when I went. Anytime I saw her at Brookline, they were there.
You were aware that at that time she didn't have custody of those children?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Do you remember? Do you remember Detective Calhoun telling you that she didn't have custody of her children at that time?
Hang on, yeah, thank you. Mr. McDermott, response?
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered to her recollection that it was said to her and what her reaction was.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You remember telling Detective Calhoun that she wouldn't just up and disappear on her kids like that.
I do remember saying that.
And he told you she didn't have custody of them.
I don't remember that exactly. But I know he said something to me about the kids.
If I showed you a transcript of that discussion, would it refresh your recollection?
Where? Okay. But I didn't know that.
And this interview was in 2003, correct?
Yes.
So you've known since 2003 that she didn't have custody of her children, correct?
That's what I was told.
So.
And I learned.
Your testimony here today still is that you took her back to Brookline so she could see her children.
That's what she told me she wanted to go back to Brookline for, was because of her kids.
Because of her kids. Okay, thank you. You said that Melissa was actually close to Troy, your boyfriend.
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun that that was one of the few people she was close to?
No, I don't remember saying that.
If I showed you a transcript of that, would it refresh your recollection?
Yeah. Where? Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Not really.
Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun that she was also close to your husband, David, at the time?
I kind of a little bit remember that. Something about David.
Is that David Burns?
Yeah.
And where is he today?
Hopefully in jail.
And why
Oh,
was he sent to
geez.
jail?
For molesting my daughter.
Shit. Sorry. Whoa. Whoa. Y'all, sorry. I didn't know that was going there. Holy hell. Okay. All right.
Do you remember, obviously I've asked you several times if you remember talking to Detective Calhoun in 2003.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember in that interview that he asked you when was the last time you saw Melissa?
Yeah.
And do you remember telling him, similar to the story you told here a while ago, that it was in March on your birthday?
It was March, the same week of my birthday.
Right,
The
Cindy?
same week of your birthday. And you remember that clearly because,
Because it was my birthday and she brought me a cake.
and she brought you a birthday cookie.
Yep.
And you worked at the Waffle House by the airport, and the WWE wrestlers came in on that night.
Yeah. I remember that.
And you and Melissa were both WWE fans.
Yeah.
And you said, but she just missed them that night.
Yeah.
Okay. You remember telling Detective Calhoun that was in March of 1999.
I don't remember saying 99, but I was probably confused about the year because it was 98. 99 was when she was found.
But you agree with me that she was not found until April 29th.
Yeah.
But do you remember having that conversation with him that your mother had told you it can't be 99, it had to be 98?
I think that was later on when me and Mom were talking, because at that time I don't think me and Mom were really talking that much.
If I showed you a transcript, would it refresh your memory?
Yeah. I do remember her telling me that one time.
That was before the interview with Detective Calhoun, obviously.
No, I think that was not before the interview. I think that was later on. I think she said something to me about it.
If this is a transcript of the interview with Calhoun, and you're telling him about your mom talking to you before that interview.
Mom wasn't with me that day. I went to see Calhoun by myself.
And when you're talking to Calhoun, you said, I talked to my mom yesterday. Isn't that what you just read?
Yeah, that's what I just read, but I think that was a different time.
Do you think
Different time that I talked to Calhoun. That wasn't the first time that I talked to Calhoun.
But now I'm confused. You gave multiple interviews to Detective Calhoun?
I talked to Calhoun several times.
And this was in 2003, correct?
Right.
Okay. So as of this interview, you were telling him that you were certain that it was March of 1999, but that you had talked to your mom the day before and she was trying to get you to change your mind. Is that what you just read?
That's what I read, but I don't remember that.
Okay.
I don't.
You concerned about Melissa when your father came into the Waffle House in East Point in February of 1999.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So you were working there in that time frame.
At a different Waffle House I was. I was at a different Waffle House when Dad came to see me.
You just testified.
At Waffle House. But it wasn't the same Waffle House we worked at.
Okay, I'm going to
That's
go back
their stream. I don't know
and
what
ask
it's
you
doing.
Again, for the
It's
record.
not me.
Do you remember stating on a podcast, I didn't get concerned until I was at work one morning at Waffle House in East Point.
Mm-hmm.
And here comes my dad walking in the door.
Yeah.
Talking about where's your sister?
Yeah.
And that was in February of 1999.
Right.
Okay.
What's the question?
Well, I thought you just told me that you were working in a different Waffle House.
I
when this
was. It was the one in East Point, but that
Again.
wasn't what you said earlier.
Again, that's the
happened.
link.
So you're working at the Waffle House.
Again, I dropped the link. This is the link to that podcast that they keep talking about. So just so you're aware, if anybody wants to go back and listen to it later, that is the podcast that they were talking about.
At least at this time.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Washington Road.
that was my question. And is that where Melissa came to see you?
No,
What Waffle House was that in?
Virginia Avenue,
Okay. And where's the Waffle House in East Point at?
Washington Road.
Washington Road. The one by Spondivits.
No, that is Virginia Avenue.
Okay.
It's also East Point. There's two East Point
East Point
applications,
Waffle House. I see.
location.
When you saw Melissa leave that night, the last time you saw her, was she by herself or with somebody?
She was by herself.
And how did she leave?
She just left in a car.
In a car?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun she was in a white Ford pickup?
It's possible. They only had two vehicles that I ever saw.
And she was driving the vehicle?
She was driving it.
Do you know who owned that vehicle?
Probably Chris.
Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun that that car was in her name?
There was another car that I think I said was in her name. But that's what she told me.
If I showed you a transcript of that discussion, would you refresh your memory?
Oh. I said, I think.
Did you tell Calhoun at that time that you think it's in Chris's name? Or did you tell him that you think it's in Melissa's name?
Well, it says there that I thought it was in Melissa's. So that's probably what I said, but there was another car that was supposed to have been in Melissa's name.
Now, you just told us about an altercation that allegedly occurred between Troy McClendon.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wolfenbarger. And you told it a little different than you did the first time. Or at least as you told Detective Calhoun. And I'd like to walk through some of those details.
Okay.
When you testified a while ago, you said that she came back, they came into Waffle House together. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Melissa and Chris?
Is that a yes? Yes. Thank you.
And Melissa walked to the back with you. And she was in tears.
Yes.
And you noted these handprint marks on her neck.
Right.
And you said to her, did Chris do that to you?
Yeah.
And she didn't say anything.
Right.
And you said you went to go do something and she stopped you?
Yeah.
What were you going to go do?
I was going to confront Chris.
Okay. Do you remember?
Okay, I have to pause. We got to pause just for a moment. No, I don't have a cat. I don't have a cat. Just so y'all know, I don't have a cat in my house. That meow. I have my phone set where certain sounds for certain people. So if you ever hear a cat meowing, Hio Sandra Firelight is texting me in my background. Just so y'all know, if you hear a cat meowing, it's Hio in my background. So, but yeah, Waffle House. I used to love to go to Waffle House, and I got bad food one time. And it was like, okay, no more after that. But yeah, Waffle Houses are they're okay. They're okay for that middle of the night thing. So yeah, tell her hi. I will, Sydney. Okay. Anyways, but my thought, I was having a curious thought. Okay, just for shits and giggles for a moment. Okay. Oh, we are on normal speed. Something happened. I was like, dude, if I slow these people down, could you imagine they're talking They're on normal speed. Okay. I was thinking they were on 1.25 and they were talking still so slow. Okay. That was my bad. All right. Oh, we're going back to play. Sorry, guys.
Telling Detective Calhoun a different version of that story, you asked her, "What's wrong with your neck?" And she said, "Chris tried to choke me."
Probably. I don't remember exactly. That was a long time ago.
But you're testifying under oath here today that she didn't say anything back.
I'm sure when I was walking away, she was trying to stop me, which she would have said something.
But she didn't say anything back when you asked about the neck.
She cried. She didn't have to say anything.
But you tell Calhoun that she did respond to you. Correct?
I guess. I mean.
And you said that as you were starting to come out the back, Troy McClendon was coming through the swinging doors to the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you talked to Calhoun, you said you were coming outside and Troy was just coming in the front door.
No. That wasn't what I meant. There's one swinging door between the front and the back. You have to go through.
So you're referring to the front as just the restaurant part?
Right.
Okay. And you remember telling Calhoun that when they came in, Chris sat down at the high top?
No, he sat down there booth.
If I showed you a transcript, would that refresh your recollection?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Oh, okay. That was when they were coming in the door. When they had come in.
So when they came in, Chris sat down at the high top, correct?
Yes, sir.
And for those without Waffle House.
Okay. I have to say, he said high top. Dude, where do we know high top tables from? Anybody? Anybody in the chat want to guess? Anybody on the replay crew? Drop it in the comments. Where do we know high top tables from? There's a whole nother trial that was based on high top tables. Oh my God. She said high top tables. My mind just went. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Right? I look at Cindy here. Look, dude, you're asking for particulars. The POS choked my sister. I wanted to kick his ass. But she stopped me. Got it. Yep, exactly. Cindy's got it.
Go, the high top is kind of the bar with the tall stools.
Yes.
I don't need to explain that to an Atlanta jury, I'm sure.
No, but you might have to a Canton jury.
But then you said when you came out, you talked to Troy.
Uh-huh.
And then Troy went to confront Chris.
Right.
And then he went over and Chris was in a booth by the window.
Right, because he had moved.
And Melissa was in the seat beside him, correct?
No, Melissa was still in the back. Melissa wasn't out front yet.
If I showed you a transcript, would that refresh your recollection?
Mm-hmm.
She said, mm-hmm.
Other side of the booth. Okay, yeah.
On the outside of the booth, is that correct?
The other, I probably said that outside, but she was on the opposite side of the table from Chris.
How did she transport from the back suddenly to the table?
Because she went out the back door to go out front. She went the opposite way of where I went. I went straight to the front. She went, there's another door behind the office that goes to the restrooms.
Okay.
So she would have went out that door and went out front trying to beat me to the front. But Troy had stopped me.
And he had to reach across Melissa to slap Chris, is that correct?
He reached across the table to slap Chris.
But he had to reach across Melissa.
I don't remember Melissa sitting on that side. I think it was the other side.
Okay. So you've told different versions of this story, different details as time's
It
gone
was
on.
a
haven't you?
long time ago.
Yeah. You've also told us this story that Christopher just one day blurted out at Waffle House. He knows how to kill somebody and get away with it.
He did.
And you said you had no idea where that phrase came from.
No.
But didn't you just tell us that Christopher used to work and spend the day on the roofs with your father?
And
your father was convicted of murders he committed back in 1970s?
so my
And he used
dad never said anything like that.
How do you know? Were you on the roof with Chris?
My dad would never say anything like that.
I'm asking you, were you on the roof with Chris?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm objecting. I believe this is argumentative. This is witness.
Overruled. Move on, please.
So just one more time. You were never on the roof with Chris.
No,
You weren't there when he spent time with your father.
no.
And you don't know what your father might have boasted about.
My dad never boasted about what he did.
Not around you, correct?
They never talked about what he did.
You can only talk about what you know, correct?
I know my dad never talked about what they did.
All right. Excuse me, no further questions.
Thank you. Anything else for this witness, Mr. Fossett? Redirect.
Ms. Patton, when you confronted Chris at the residence, you were testifying previously to dropping Melissa off at the residence. What residence was that?
Brookline.
Okay. And that was still during that 1998 period?
Mhm.
All right. And that,
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Sorry.
you. That's okay.
all right. And if we're talking about the year she was found,
Mhm.
the year her skull
sir.
and remains were found, you recall that as being 1999?
Yes, it was.
All right.
99.
Now, if you could, to the best of your recollection, think back to that period of time when you were working with your sister, and I get the Waffle Houses confused myself, and that's the Virginia Avenue Waffle House. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. What year was that?
It was 97 when she worked with me.
All right. And was that the beginning of 97?
It was the end of 97.
Do you recall if it was December, November, October?
Well, it was the end of December. It was the end of the year, but it was March when she came to see me of 98, and she had already left that Waffle House.
All right. And your testimony was that she left right after she got the 6-month vacation check?
Right.
So if she started at the end of 97, would 6 months have taken us to the end of 98?
No, I think it was, how can I explain it? If she started in like September, then would have been September, October, November, December. There would have been 4 months right there. By the time my birthday got there in March, she had already left that Waffle House because she was at the one on what was it? Doraville. She told me she was at Doraville.
So she would have left, I guess started early enough in 97 to hit 6 months
Right.
before your birthday in March.
Right.
Okay. Now, you were just testifying as to the events that occurred at Waffle House.
Right.
You just testified about the booth, about the high chair. Have you seen, you were showed the transcript before the defense attorney showed you a copy of your statement,
Right.
the multiple statements.
Right.
Had you seen those transcripts prior to today's date?
No.
You hadn't studied those transcripts?
No.
And we're talking about the events that occurred in 1998?
Right.
And are you still testifying to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
All right, that's all I have, Judge.
Mr. McDermott?
No further questions.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. The witness excused. May the witness be excused?
No objection.
No objection.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Counsel, can you all approach for a minute?
Give me a second. I got to screenshot this because I'm going to use that for my new thumbnail. So I just want to screenshot it real quick. I think they're fixing clothes for the day.
I have a couple of pieces of instruction for you and requests. Let me start by telling you that I need a procedure that you fit jury room. So that's 9:30 tomorrow morning. A couple of things that are important. One.
Okay, she's just going over the
because we can't
regulars.
start until everybody's all here.
And that's the end of it. So
is that she lived on job.
But I want to review, because when the jury leaves, I'm sure she talks for a minute. That's what I want to get to. And then we're going to close.
Heard.
Okay.
Seated. Anything from the parties that you need me to take up before we adjourn for the day?
Two very short things.
Yes, sir.
One, we were given a rap sheet on a witness, maybe the first witness tomorrow.
It would not be the first one.
At some point tomorrow. This is the first I've ever gotten a rap sheet on her. Our entire knowledge of this witness is one sentence in a report that's, 183 pages long. So I don't know much about her. I have actually two requests. One, is there any additional information through interviews or whatever? Or is that one sentence all we're going to hear from her?
Regarding who is this person? I think that would be helpful.
Former neighbor who's going to say she heard them fighting. The opening statement seemed to have gone a lot further than that, which means there's some other interviews or statements going on.
Ms. Hilton?
Yes, and I can put
Can
on
you
the
tell me the
record-
name of that witness so
Yes,
our
we
record's
can.
clear?
In the discovery, I believe she's named Dorothy Jones.
Okay.
However, her name is actually Dorothy Cooley.
Cooley?
Cooley, Cooley.
Okay.
She resided on Brookline. She was a neighbor of Mr. Wolfenbarger. It appeared, and I'll apologize, I thought most of this information was in the discovery, so I'm going to apologize for not giving you all of this. So we found her yesterday, Your Honor, interestingly enough, at her job. I did take a moment to speak with her. What we believe her testimony will be is that she lived on Brookline, was a next door neighbor, knew Mr. Wolfenbarger for about 10 years. She would say, and this is not going to come out, but in full disclosure, that they would sit on the porch every day and smoke marijuana. But he was younger than her. She was a little bit older. She was familiar with his Uncle Rick, who also lived at that home as well. That over the course of some time, eventually she started seeing a woman come by the house. She may have saw a baby with this woman once or twice. That she would hear yelling coming from their home. That one time she may have heard like things breaking multiple times, and that she did see on one occasion a black eye. She was the woman was wearing glasses and had a black eye. So that's what she would testify to. I don't think she knew her name. She can describe her. She's familiar with what she looks like. I did show her a picture of Ms. Wolfenbarger to see if this is the same person that we're all talking about. She said she recognized her as the woman that she has seen with Chris. I think she has to work tomorrow, so she'll be here by sometime after 10, so I can make her available so that you can talk to her. But that is the synopsis of, I believe, the information she would provide.
The second thing is, because I was just given a rap sheet, I can't give them notice, pre-trial notice, that some of these convictions are old, but she's got a lot. I'm trying to make my way through the cycles, but there are some felonies that are more than 10 years old, so I'm giving them notice now. I do plan to use those to cross-examine her.
Ms. Hilton?
You're right. I think that's fine, that she's given notice. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems like we're going to accept that as notice for now. Mr. Samuel, anything
I
else?
think I just remember the 1 o'clock thing tomorrow, or the 1:30 hearing tomorrow.
Yes, the 1:30 hearing.
Again, I'm not trying to take priority. If I can just, if maybe we could do lunch sometime around then.
Yeah, I don't know how long, Judge Emerson is usually pretty efficient.
He's going to be very efficient.
But my intention was to target breaking for lunch around 1:15, so that way the jury would be, occupied. You could go downstairs and do whatever you need to do and then be back. And then thank you for reminding me of that, because that might assist the state in having their witnesses ready to go as we proceed through.
I very much appreciate that.
Okay. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the station room.
Okay. The only thing I will ask, and this is just a preference, different judges are different ways, but if you can stand up and say objection, hearsay, objection, argumentative, objection, calls for conclusion.
Gosh, the judges
objection,
haven't tell
badgering
the
a witness,
lawyers.
let's keep it to a minimum, right? If we need to have a more fulsome discussion, then I'll probably invite you up here. I'm not going to say you can't make your record that you've made the objection and what the general grounds are. And if the answer is going to be a withdrawn or something, we can do all that. But let's keep our speaking objections. I don't think anybody's trying to get away with anything so far in terms of objections and responses, but let's keep our speaking objections and responses to a minimum. Okay? Anything else? Okay, we are adjourned. It is 5.
Okay, but what I did want to show really quick before we leave, this just came across my feed. Y'all, these jury people, this is a Wharton County juror under fire for posting about a case on social media. Y'all, these jurors are getting out of control. This is becoming a problem. I'm going to play this real quick and then we're going to go.
Well, a juror is coming under fire for allegedly posting about a case on social media.
ABC 13's Brianna Willis reporting from Wharton tonight after speaking with that juror on the phone.
The juror told me he only posted about how it made him feel and claims he did not identify the case. However, we spoke with a legal expert who says this is unacceptable. A juror coming under fire in Wharton County for posting about a case on social media. The juror told ABC 13 he only posted to ask for prayers and that he can't mentally handle it, but says he did not identify the case, claiming he quickly took the post down. However, ABC 13 received a screenshot of a comment where the juror responded to someone saying it was murder of an innocent, defenseless infant. Legal expert Michael Wynn, who's not connected to the case, says this type of behavior causes issues.
It can compromise the integrity of the case to the extent it has any influence on the other jurors on the panel. They may need to be questioned to find out what, if anything, happened prior to this point. And it's just a shame because it just takes a while to pick a jury that we need to, go through this. There's the exact reason why the judge gives these kinds of instructions.
The DA's office or the court will not confirm if the juror is still on the case or not. The district attorney confirming to ABC 13 there's now a gag order on the case. Would someone do something like this just to get kicked off the case?
Yes. People will do just about anything, unfortunately, to get off of a case for one reason or another.
Reporting from Wharton County, Brianna Willis, ABC 13, Eyewitness News.
What is these people doing? He is y'all, they can't do that. They cannot do that. They can't be putting this stuff on social media. They cannot do that. It's not acceptable. It is just totally not acceptable. And y'all, just because we're here for a minute, I'm going to rewind this a little bit. This is what's going on currently in California, near Palmdale. It's called a hawk fire erupts. There's a real bad fire out in California right now. Just awful, awful, awful. It doesn't say that it's gotten to any homes or anything like that. It's just showing aerial views. There's cops trying to, put a fire line. Yeah, you're right, Lois. They should have known. I mean, it shows bias already just posting something like that on social media, But, yeah, he should have gotten kicked off. No, I know what you were saying. Yeah, he should have gotten kicked off when the jury but now there's a gag order, and that didn't make any sense to me either, because if there's a gag order, is it mid-trial? Or are they still just in jury selection? They didn't say. So I really wasn't sure. It just came across my feed, another jury misconduct, and it really threw me off. This is a pretty big fire. I don't see any houses out here. But look at this raging fire. This is horrible. There's planes. Oh, there's a house nearby. Oh, and look, and it's got, oh, bless its heart. There's little smokes coming up near the house. I'm just kind of zipping through this there's all the firefighters trying to get to the line of the fire. Your sister lives in LA. All these officers on this fire line. Or firefighters. I call them officers. I guess they are an officer in a sort, but wow. That's a big area. And it's coming right up on these houses. These houses, I'm pointing like y'all can see my finger. These little houses at the bottom. All right, guys. With that, I am going to go spend the rest of the evening with my Hector. He took the evening off. We don't have Mom here tonight. So we're going to go shopping. He took us a vacation day. We're going to go do some shopping, something that we don't get to do very often together because of, everything, our house is not the normal household. So with that, I'm going to take the rest of my night with my man. So I want y'all to have a great rest of your evening. And I don't know, I may stream tomorrow. I may go ahead and stream this tomorrow. If I'm not doing tomorrow afternoon, I'm not doing anything, I may go ahead and set up like a 2:00 stream again and pick up day 2 instead of waiting until Monday. And that way we'll still be kind of caught up when we get to Monday's stream. So look for that tomorrow. I'm going to try and set that up. And till then, peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Uh-oh. Boop.
Life's a ride on a